Welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, October 25th. This meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. And as such, some council members and public will be participating in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting, staff are available to get you back online quickly, and you have that information. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. And you must enable your video to confirm quorum. As always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people and thank them for their generosity as we continue working together to build a true city of reconciliation. And also want to thank the staff for everything that they've done for the city over the past 4 years and continue to do into the future. With that, Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick.
Present, and I just note that Councillor DeGenova is having difficulty getting in. If you could get in touch with her, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Weeb.
Present.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kubiang. Councillor Kubiang. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Any comments in the agenda items today can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and that's on Twitter at VanCityClerk. Also noting the city's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items, 1 presentation, 1 communication, 11 reports, 32 bylaws, 5 administrative motions, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. The plan for today is that we'll continue on here this morning, break at noon for lunch and in camera, then we'll come back at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda if needed, and then break for 5 p.m. For dinner if we need to, and return at 6 to continue as needed. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would somebody like to move a motion to go in camera, please? Councillor Boyle, seconded by Councillor Carr. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Thanks, that passes. We have a whole bunch of minutes, Council, 14 of them, and I'll just listen for movers and seconders. First are minutes 1 from the public hearing of June 28th, 9th, 30th, July 14th, 25th, 26th. Any corrections to those minutes? I don't hear any. Mover, please.
So moved. Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly, heard.
Second,
Councillor
Dominato.
Dominato, second. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Opposed, nay. That passes, thanks. Minutes 2 are from the special council meeting of the capital plan considerations. Any corrections?
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
Councillor DeGenova's moved. We have a seconder.
Second.
Councillor Weeb, second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Passes, thank you. Council, the next one is minutes 3 from the council meeting of July 5th and 21st. Any corrections? The mover,
Move. Dominato.
thank you. Councillor Dominato, second. Councillor Bly, second. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes, thank you. Minutes 4, public hearing of July 5th, 21st, and 26th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
So moved.
Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay. Any opposed? Thank you. Minutes 5 are from the council meeting from the Standing Committee of City Finance and Services of July 6th and 22nd. Any corrections?
Move adoption.
Councillor DeGenova.
Second, Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. Passes, thank you. Minutes 6 are from the special council meeting. Changes to the council meeting schedule of July 12th. Any corrections? Mover, please. Councillor Boyle, second.
Second.
Councillor Carr, thank you. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. That passes. Thank you. Minutes 7 are from the public hearing of July 12th. Any corrections? I have a mover. I think I heard Councillor Kirby Young, seconder. Councillor Boyle, thank you. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. That passes. Thank you. Minutes 8 are from the Auditor General Committee meeting of July 15th. Any corrections? I have a mover, please.
So
Council-
moved.
Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Fry. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Passes. Thank you. Minutes 9 are from the council meeting of July 19th. Any corrections? Mover, please. Councillor Carr, seconder. Councillor Bly, thank you. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. Thank you. That passes. Minutes 10 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting of July 20th. Any corrections? Mover, Councillor Bly, I heard. We have Councillor Dominato, second. All in favor, yay. Any opposed? Thank you. Minutes 11 from the Special Council. Motion to go on camera of July 27th. Any corrections? Mover, please. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young, seconder. Councillor Boyle, thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Almost there. Minutes 12 are from the public hearing of July 28th. Any corrections? Mover, please. Thank you. Councillor Dominato, seconder. Councillor Fry, thank you. All those in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. Thank you. Minutes 13 are from the Special Council. Motion to go in camera of September 15th. Any corrections? We have a mover, please. Thank you. Councillor Carr, seconder, please. Anyone? Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Okay, last one. Special Council to transact the items on the agenda of September 27th. Any corrections? Adoption, please. Thank you, Kirby Young. Councillor Bly. Second. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. Those pass. Yay. Marathon meetings, minute meetings done. Okay. Matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have communication 1 and reports 2 to 11 on the consent agenda for consideration. Presentation 1 and report 1 of speakers are held. Let's see. Councillor Kirby Young, do you wish to hold any of these?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to hold item 5, contract award for invitation to tender construction services for the Granville Bridge connector.
One more. Sorry, what number is that?
Item number 5.
5. Okay. It's held. Anything else?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, report number 8, please. Auditor General Committee recommendations, transmittal report.
Okay. Councillor Swanson?
Number 6, contract award for the supply and delivery of Dodge Charger Enforcer vehicles.
Okay. Thanks very much. Anybody else? Just going to ask for conflict, if anybody has conflict of any of the consent items. And again, I'll just read through them. Item 1 is held for, presentation 1 is held for speakers. Report 1 is held for speakers. So if I'm not mistaken. So it's communication 1, changes to the council meeting schedule. Report 2, contract award for shoring equipment. Number 3, contract award for delivery of traffic control services. 4, contract award for enterprise hardware, software, and services. Number 6, 2023 exempt seniors housing. Number 9, application to EBCM funding programs. Number 10, easement for encroachment on permanently designated park property on West 7th and Mountain View Cemetery. Any conflicts in any of these?
Move adoption.
Yes, I'm holding number 6. Okay, thanks. We don't have a conflict, so we have a move adoption by Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Thanks. I'll just go through them quickly again. So we've passed the communication changes to the council meeting schedule, the contract award for supply and services of shoring equipment, which is report 2. Report 3, contract award for supply and delivery of traffic control services. Number 4, contract award for enterprise hardware. Report number 7, seniors housing exemptions. Report 9, applications for EBCM funding. Number 10, easement on West 7th for park. And number 11, Mountain View Cemetery. Thanks very much. Okay, so we start with our presentation, which is the report from the Undrip Task Force. And I'm going to pass the meeting over to our guests, and welcome everybody. Councillor Alison Fraser, Musqueam Indian Band, Councillor Dennis Thomas from Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and co-chairs of the Undrip Task Force, Councilperson Kasalem. I see Kasalem here. Don't see Kasalem. And Councillor Christine Boyle. We'll turn it over to you. Welcome.
Ichwa, Heitzapka, CM, Wanakakonisqui, Talitzin at Slewatuth, Misteo, Iconisquelo and Squanzi Quitsnala. Good day to you all, respected leaders. Wanak is my ancestral name, and I come from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and it gives me good feelings inside to know that my ancestors, our ancestors, are standing behind us with this historic presentation. But before we get into the presentation, I'd really like to just share a few words. I really like to honor each and every one of you that came to our ceremony last week. It's how we ground ourselves with our spirituality, our connection to our Creator, the connection to the good work that we collaboratively done together. We grounded this framework in the right way, and we are here today to present our strategy and hopeful endorsement by you all. I know that this might be the last time I get to see some of you in this light, but I really want to acknowledge all of the work that you have done for the city, for the rebuilding of the relationships of the three nations. I want to wish you not farewell, but until we meet again in our journeys. They will cross paths. For the incumbents to continue the good work that you have been able to witness between the three nations with your new mayor and council members, to share that wealth, to share that cultural understanding of who we are as Klamath people and the movements and the journeys that we are about to embark on in the future. It's a very important role. It's the transfer of knowledge that is like one of our laws within our culture, to never hold what you've been witness to make sure that people around you also hear those stories and those journeys that we both walked on. I'd like to sing a song to get us started with this presentation. I know I sang a song during the midterm report, but this concludes the work that we have done together as a family. And I really wanted to honor this song and wish everyone happiness and well-being as we work together for a better future. This song is the prayer song, also known as the Coast Salish Anthem song, that was created by Chieftain George Osium. Who's him? Christine.
It was an honor to open with or join the ceremony last week with a few words, and again to be part of presenting this government-to-government work to the city as one of the co-chairs of this task force and as a third-generation settler on unceded Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh land. As my friend and colleague already said, this is important generational leadership work. And it's important that we undertake it with urgency and humility and a commitment to the long haul of the work. There is a way in which this is the end of the work that this task force was created to do, and also just the very beginning of a lot of work ahead. The City of Vancouver, as we know, is a colonial institution. We are a creature of the province of British Columbia. For decades, the city has upheld harmful and colonial laws. We can see in the city around us, Indigenous people in Vancouver are still overrepresented among homeless residents, still disproportionately living in precarious housing and experiencing barriers to access and opportunity. And Indigenous people and Indigenous governments are leading the way on housing and the arts, business, cultural revitalization, and so much more. And so implementing Undrip is an important act of redress and of reconciliation. It's also a transformative opportunity for all of us to fix broken systems and to build stronger relationships with each other and with the land and water. That begins with the government-to-government report, the government-to-government work that this report, this strategy lays out. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank, first of all, the enormous generosity of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh for being willing to sit at this table with us despite the histories, to look forward and to work together on this strategy, the huge amount of work that staff around the technical tables from each of the nations put in, and that city staff put in, and I'm just going to name them because I got to see up close how hard they worked. Paige Thompson, Kamala Todd, Armin Emrolia, and Michelle Bryant Gravel. Incredible amount of work. Councillors Carr and Swanson and DeGenova were part of this task force, and Mayor Stewart and Councillors Bly and Dominato and Weeb were also at the ceremony last week, which was, I think, Councillor Fry also there. I'm blanking as I look around the room. I'm really appreciated that presence as the work continues. And that is what we're about to present, the recommendations of this strategy for the next piece of work, which, as we heard in the ceremony last week, is what makes it real, is the implementation of this work in the years to come. So we're going to move into jointly presenting this strategy. The presentation is broken up into 4 parts. We're briefly going to go back over what the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People is and why it matters so much, speak a little bit about the task force, and then speak to the strategy itself and pull out some key examples from it, and then speak to the recommendations that are before us as a city council.
Thank you. I'd also just really like to thank some of my family members from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. There's myself and Councillor Simtalat Charlene Alec from the Tsleil-Waututh, Allison Fraser and Kapilano Howard Grant from Musqueam, Kel Salem and Tialtalot, Kristen Rivers from the Squamish Nation that are a part of our family from the Undrip side of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. I know that this current council has heard some of the narrative of relating to Undrip, but I know that there are probably new ones that are either listening or watching. And I think it's very important that we still share those same words and the narrative. So it's United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is the most comprehensive international human rights instrument regarding Indigenous peoples. It establishes, at the minimum, standards for the survival, dignity, and well-being of Indigenous peoples. It also elaborates on existing human rights standards and fundamental freedoms and their unique and specific application to Indigenous peoples, individually and collectively. In this time of truth and reconciliation, amid ongoing colonial harms and inequities experienced by Indigenous peoples, implementing Undrip is urgent and important work to bring healing, redress, and justice, and new pathways forward together. Undrip sets out the collective and individual rights that constitute the minimum standards to protect the rights of Indigenous peoples and ensure their survival, dignity, and well-being. This includes rights related to self-determination, self-government, equity and non-discrimination, culture and language, identity, religion, spirituality, lands, territories and resources, environment, Indigenous institutions and legal systems, health, education, community, respect and promote rights set out in treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements. Undrip implementation is an evolving area of law. The province, federal government, and municipalities are all working on figuring out what this means for the legislative framework, how to bring laws into line with Undrip. The province has passed legislation and developed, in consultation with the province, with the Indigenous peoples, a 5-year action plan to implement Undrip. The federal government has passed legislation and is currently working on an action plan in consultation with Indigenous peoples. Pass this on to Kel Salem.
Good morning, all. Thank you for your patience as I had some travel issues getting here. As mentioned, the work of the Undrip Task Force really is following through on a number of commitments that have been made, I think, but both by the City of Vancouver, but also broadly speaking, when we look at the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. One of the articles of the TRC's final report called on all levels of government, federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to use Undrip as a framework for reconciliation and to support its implementation. And so through that spirit of following through on that call to action, the task force was created by the City of Vancouver with representatives from the Three Nations, city councillors, through a council motion back in March of 2021. We first met in July of 2021, a few months later. And then since then, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh and the city worked collaboratively to develop the recommendations or the calls to action for the City of Vancouver. And it was the first process of its kind to actually begin to think about how do we do this work, both in the government sense, but also just looking through the lens of Undrip in a municipal context, something unique that hadn't really been explored, I think, in good faith or with enough resources to sort of investigate. So the task force developed a work plan, developed protocols for working together. We met from July 2021 through to October 2022. And in this sense, Vancouver really has become a leader in how First Nations and a city government can work together through these types of intergovernmental processes. And as an example, just as a sort of side example of that, one of the things that we were able to learn through this process was because the three nations would come together to meet with the city officials, we found that we were doing a sort of a cadence or a rhythm where we were meeting every 3 weeks. And then one of the lessons that we learned was that when the nations had an opportunity to come together and just discuss amongst ourselves, then we could come to the next meeting with some clear ideas or suggestions. And it allowed for the process to move very smoothly and quickly because we would have sort of that pre-meeting time to come forward. And so there's things like that that we actually discovered throughout the process. There was things that we didn't know at the beginning of the process of one, where we would end, but also just what we would learn from working together. What kinds of relationships would we build and how would we develop process that would work? And I think that there's lessons from what we had learned through the process that I think are going to be instructive for any future process of the governments working together at a government to government level. So as mentioned, the task force was made up of representatives from the 3 local First Nations in the city of Vancouver. There was a political steering committee that would work with, and the technical committee made up of staff from the 4 governments. And the task force also engaged in conversations and invitations to Indigenous people living in the urban context, like MVAC and the UIPAC, invitations for these groups to participate in the technical committee to review some of the work that was coming through from the steering committee. And one of the sort of other lessons that we learned is how much we were able to focus on this, I would say, step in Undrip implementation through the lens of let's start this work at the base or at the foundation of the city of Vancouver working with the local nations, but also really learned through the process that it's intended to be an iterative process, that it would be evaluated and eventually reviewed and maybe changes would be made later on. And that there is a specific approach that came out of the process as well, is that because the nations hold rights and title to this territory that Vancouver resides in, that the city government has a particular unique relationship with the local First Nations. It also has a relationship that it extends to sort of urban Indigenous peoples as well. But that at the foundation is that relationship with the title holders. And then from there, that relationship can then be expanded to other Indigenous people and to all the people who we consider as guests within the MST territories. And so the task force learned a lot just from the practice of attempting to do something like this. And we worked very collaboratively, and I really want to acknowledge the city councilors who sat on the task force representing the city. We had Councillor Christine Boyle, Councillor Adrian Carr, Councillor Melissa DeGenova, and Councillor Jean Swanson. And I really do want to acknowledge our colleagues who participated in this and the thoughtfulness, the care, the curiosity, but also just the tremendous respect that I think was felt by all, and especially by the nations. And maybe not all of us from the nation side had a relationship with these officials prior to this starting, but I think through working together, we really got to know each other and build those relationships that I think are going to extend for a long time. But I do want to acknowledge the city officials for the hard work that I think went into this by all involved. It was really felt and seen by the representatives from the nations. The strategy calls for 79 calls to action grounded in the Undrip Articles and Rights. We also engaged in external reviews of the strategy. We wanted to understand if there were other experts or subject matter experts that could review the strategy and provide any commentary or amendments. Fortunately, we were quite happy when we did extend it out to other academics and other reviewers that a lot of the feedback came back that there was a lot of good work done there. There wasn't many substantive changes that came back from the external reviews. Mostly minor, but also a lot of commentary around how forward thinking and how innovative what's being recommended came out of this. That even from the perspective of what the province or the feds are currently doing, this puts the city on a very clear forward path around Undrip implementation. And in addition to all of that, once the draft strategy was prepared, it was recommended to the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh councils. They reviewed it. They were given a chance to provide any additional comments and feedback. Those comments and feedback were incorporated into the final strategy, and they were also asked to endorse the strategy coming to Vancouver City Council, which they all did unanimously. And so today we are very honored to be able to present the task force's Undrip strategy to the City of Vancouver and really carry through a lot of I think it's also important to recognize that there's a lot of wisdom and knowledge and context that is included in this strategy that comes from the nations. And I think one of the conversations that we had going into last week's ceremony was how much that this entire process, the nations coming together, the nations working with the City of Vancouver, the content of the document itself, that so much of it is a gift, not just from us as those who have been involved in the process, but a gift from our ancestors, a gift from the teachings and wisdom and knowledge and also the perseverance that they had to endure that they gave to us, that we are able to continue on and give to the City of Vancouver. And so the strategy outlines 79 calls to action, as mentioned, into a number of categories. The foundational calls to action, which are sort of overarching foundational aspects of the recommendations. And then we grouped it into 4 themes: the social, cultural, economic well-being, ending Indigenous specific racism and discrimination, self-determination, inherent right to self-government, entitled rights of Indigenous peoples. And then the calls to action moving forward on implementation. The 4 themes is a structure that we had adopted as a task force that is based off of the Provincial Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act action plan. So when the province released their draft action plan, they had grouped a number of their actions and objectives into these 4 themes. And we sort of felt that there was an opportunity to align ourselves with existing work and to build upon that it would be something people are familiar with, but also that where there is overlap, because some of the recommendations do speak to, for example, the City of Vancouver working with the nations to advance some of the actions within the provincial action plan. So it was sort of building off existing work, which we found very helpful and effective in terms of how we would organize the dialogue on each of the themes. Over the last year, we would basically work on the first theme over a few months, come up with a bunch of recommendations, move on to the second theme, and then eventually the third and fourth. And then the last few months have been basically reviewing all of them as a whole and making any final recommendations and changes. And so just in closing, the strategy intended that is recommended is also intended to be, as I mentioned, a first step. That there is hope that this becomes a starting point, that it's really approached through the lens of here's a place we can start doing some work, that we understand that over time, different minds, different leaders, different contexts, we might learn something through this work that we would come back and evaluate the impacts or the understandings or the challenges that we might encounter through implementation and potentially even update the strategy at a later point. We also, in conversations with city staff, opted to use the language of strategy. We recognize that the province and the feds use terminology like action plan. What we've structured, and you'll see in sort of the motion that's being put forward, is the first step is to put forward this strategy. We want it to align with some of the language that is used by the City of Vancouver in terms of other documents and other policy tools that it has, like other strategies. And then you'll notice that the first step is approving and recommending the strategy. From there, staff from the 4 governments would work together with the leaders from the 4 governments to then develop an action plan. And the action plan would then start to really dial down on the implementation of the strategy into very specific, very targeted, very organized structures for implementation. So it's intended to be a sort of a two-stage strategy first, and then that develops into an action plan. And our hope, I think, moving forward is that an intergovernmental group would be brought together. Again, sort of the task force as a group has sort of concluded, but that an intergovernmental group would be brought together to then look at scoping the next phase of the work around implementation should the strategy be adopted. And I'll bring it back to Councillor Wannick.
Thank you, Kel Salem, for saying those beautiful words that I forgot to mention in the very beginning. So thank you. This has been a transformative experience, even for myself. To carry that wisdom and knowledge from our ancestors to this table has been a very a positive experience for myself. So I'm going to go over to our first theme, which is social, cultural, and economic well-being. We've identified 3 points here in which I'll go into a little bit more detail, but 1.16 is to prioritize access to cultural sites for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. And in detail, some of them in subcategories, you'll see that there's barrier to removal or access to water or access to other resources or priority access. And so some of them identify and address barriers, including but not limited to parking areas, fees, time limits, public access limitations, environmental intervention and impacts, lack of privacy, policing, regulation, and cultural activities and use. Access to water include work with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people to identify options ensuring access to clean marine and freshwater sites for cultural purposes. This could include contaminant mitigation or addressing physical built barriers to accessing the use of the waterfront. Access to other resources, prioritize restoring Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh access to restoring resources from their lands, including restoration of those resources. As you can see, 1.12 is restore access for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people for traditional harvesting sites, ongoing cultivation, and stewardship. And 1.13 is identify ways to amplify and solidify meaningful Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh participation in building and sharing Vancouver's economic prosperity, including options for economic partnerships, revenue sharing arrangements, ongoing funding agreements, redress agreements, allocation of property tax or other taxes to the nations, and city fee and tax waivers. There's also another one that 1.17 in the strategy plan is to create actionable steps to prioritize a review, revision, and update city procurement policies to ensure contract opportunities are reserved for business owners or businesses that are owned or partnered by the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Local Indigenous professionals with demonstrated outcomes, including mentoring, training, and shadowing opportunities. On to theme 2.
I am Councillor Fraser from the Musqueam Indian Band. I'm here to present theme 2 on ending Indigenous specific racism and determination. Under 2.3, we have the co-develop and implement a policy to assess current and future industrial infrastructure development through the lens of Indigenous rights and title and environmental racism, and include this in permitting decisions. Just a couple of examples here that really impact the Musqueam First Nations, but I'm sure that there are other examples that could be provided by Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish with regard to the impacts this has with them. The industrial development throughout Vancouver has negatively impacted the local First Nations. Hazardous development has disrupted our community's ability to exercise and practice our basic right to harvest steward, and protect our traditional territory. An example, although not within Vancouver, was the development of the Iona wastewater treatment plant, which processes the sewage for the city. It was placed upon a plot of land across from our main community, cutting us off from an area that was used for generations to hunt and gather. The sewage treatment plant is also fed by a large pipe that runs through the Musqueam community that we never approved. The Highbury Interceptor, as it is known, runs through the heart of Musqueam and has limited Musqueam from being able to access the land surrounding the sewage pipe. 2.6, work with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh on the city's housing strategy to adopt more culturally informed approaches. It has been obvious over the last number of years that Vancouver is facing a housing crisis. As the original stewards of these lands, the local First Nations communities have always welcomed people onto our lands with open arms that continues today. As we continue to reclaim land that was unlawfully taken away from us, we recognize that we have a responsibility to continue to welcome all those that want to call our traditional territory home. In order to do this, we believe that how we approach the housing crisis in this city should also include prioritized nation-led housing initiatives and work with nations to develop housing strategies which are aligned with how they define affordability and their ways of addressing homelessness. 2.13, co-develop policies, programs, and processes to ensure that Indigenous people in Vancouver feel safe in accessing municipal services, health clinics, recreation, library services, engineering services, etc., and are treated with respect, receiving the culturally safe and appropriate services that they deserve. Work with and recommend that the Vancouver Police Department commit to integrating the articles of Undrip and include the applicable recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the Murdered and Missing Women reports into the operations in consultation with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations and the diverse Indigenous populations living in the city. A few specific recommendations include promote and endorse sending mental health professions to respond to issues that do not require police response for better outcomes. Models like the CAR 87 on peer-assisted care teams provide resources for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to train liaisons with the Vancouver Police Department, work with and recommend that the Vancouver Police Department address systemic and structural racism in ways that recognize, support, and build upon Indigenous community initiatives already in place, enhance and standardize training required for police recruits, and implement mandatory and meaningful ongoing education about anti-racism, cultural competency, and trauma-informed practice. Include Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and the diverse Indigenous populations living in the city in the development of a police board, annual police business and strategy plans to ensure the priorities are upholding Undrip and that the Undrip articles are embedded within these policy businesses, within all police businesses. Expand Vancouver Police Board membership to include and represent from each of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. Thank you.
Dennis. Second.
Face recognition.
I can also add, just on the last one, that the Vancouver Police Department also has a Indigenous Advisory Committee that has representatives from the three nations that have been working quite successfully. We have a representative from the nations, and Councillor Charlene Alec, who was on the task force, actually is also one of the representatives on there. And so there's been a lot of really good dialogue happening between Indigenous peoples with the Vancouver Police Department through that work, including some of the ideas that have come through this and tentative sort of interest and support for some of the ideas that have come through here. So there'll need to be more formal, I think, requests and formal responses from the VPD, but I just wanted to acknowledge that there is some additional work happening separate from our work, and it's been quite effective and successful. I know that from Squamish, my colleague, Councillor Simpleon Stuart Gonzalez, is our rep on that group and has reported very positive outcomes coming from those conversations and that work together. So theme number 3, self-determination, inherent right to self-government. So the context for this theme is that Undrip affirms that Indigenous people have the right to free, prior, and informed consent. And as the City of Vancouver embeds recognition of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh as rights and title holders of these lands with jurisdiction and the right of consent, it's important to address the return of lands and decision-making authority on land use decisions. The city conducts many leases, and Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh are not involved in the process of how those leases are decided. Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations have teachings regarding our rights and obligations to protecting rights, title, homeland, and territories. MST have rights of governance and stewardship of our people and our ancestral lands. And there's a shift to shared decision-making processes, recognizing these rights and removing barriers for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, protecting and stewarding our lands and communities in accordance with our values and priorities. Current city policies, protocols, and practices do not currently allow for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh participation in decision-making on city planning initiatives, and thus are out of alignment with Undrip. And the Undrip right of free, prior, and informed consent is a human rights standard. One of the ways that I often explain this concept for those when we're engaging in this is there's been a number of ways in which the nations sort of both collectively and individually have worked with other levels of government to develop free, prior, and informed consent processes. And it really speaks to, there's a lot of legal language that can be used, but I think at the heart, when you really drill down to it, is it's developing a process where there is mutual respect from a government to government, that there is a good faith desire to work together and collaborate, and also that there is an understanding of shared jurisdiction in the sense that just like the City of Vancouver sometimes has overlapping jurisdiction on a number of issues with the federal government or the provincial government, it's recognizing that Indigenous peoples also have our own right to self-determination, our own right to govern ourselves and our lands as a nation, and that we also have jurisdiction that overlaps or intersects with other levels of jurisdiction. And so when those things have come together, I think for the context is that for a long time, the rights of Indigenous peoples weren't upheld. So you had other levels of government making decisions on issues that were within the jurisdiction of First Nations. So the recommendations from this really tried to move us forward to imagine processes and opportunities for collaboration and shared decision making. And there's a number of examples where I think this is already happening. And what it does is it actually, I mean, this is an area where the City of Vancouver has been very forward already in terms of shared processes. I think some of the developments that are happening with the nations have been an example of this, where the City of Vancouver and the nations have been collaborating. But it's not just our own developments like Jericho or Heather. There's been a number of planning projects happening throughout the city where the nations have been invited to participate in being involved. Most of that has happened in formal and informal ways. So a lot of these recommendations speak to really bringing those forward, bringing those best practices forward, and finding new ways to continue that collaborative approach. Continuing on with theme 3, there's ending Indigenous specific racism and discrimination. One of the contexts is for this, for number 313. It is important for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to speak for nation members at other levels of governance and to have opportunities to face-to-face relationships and to create collaborative futures for Metro Vancouver. So the recommendation, support Musqueam and Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh-led efforts to have representation on Vancouver Park Board, Metro Vancouver Board, and other regional boards, Board of Trade, tables, bodies with compensation for their participation. This one also touches on some of the the action items within the provincial DRIPA action plan. So there is a number action item from the provincial action plan that actually speaks to working with First Nations to increase representation on regional district boards and those types of bodies. So that is a action item that is going to be worked on with the province. And so this sort of creates alignment in that area. And really, when we think about ending Indigenous specific racism and discrimination, as some of my respected colleagues who are on the city council have been a part of for many years, there's a number of conversations that happen in different tables, and often for a long period of our time, the nations weren't able to be at those tables or weren't present in the room to be able to speak to the specific context or the specific experiences, or even potentially the impacts that decisions might have on the communities themselves. So when we think about places like Metro Vancouver, for example, there's a lot of opportunity to start beginning to include the nations and to be able to be there and to be able to speak to the issues at hand without trying to relay those through others to speak on our behalf. And so there's a lot of opportunity, I think, through that sort of representation lens that allows us to work towards, the theme of ending Indigenous specific racism and discrimination. We're experiencing this, I think, in this era of reconciliation. There's a number of initiatives that are happening now within our city and our province where we have a better understanding of the Indigenous specific racism that is being experienced, but also the work, I think, that has meaningfully happened by leadership and a number of institutions to bring Indigenous people into the processes, to bring Indigenous representation at different levels as a way to combat sort of the Indigenous specific racism and discrimination. And we're seeing that through a number of institutions. I think one example that First Nations in the province have been working on, for example, is around the healthcare system and what we're trying to change and achieve within the healthcare system. And we're now seeing an increase, for example, of Indigenous people on some of the health authority boards, also increased representation within the healthcare system itself at different levels of care provided, but also to be able to influence policy and procedure and to create culturally informed practices and things like that. So there's a lot of work happening in this area, and this sort of speaks to continuing that, but within the City of Vancouver's jurisdiction and also working with the province in some areas as well.
I'm going to speak a little to theme 4, which is rights and title, the rights and title of Indigenous people. So a couple examples to pull out from theme 4. 4.1 speaks to identifying ways for city staff, elected officials, and the public to learn about the original Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh laws of these lands and to learn how colonial laws and abuse have impacted Indigenous people and their laws. And then the strategy speaks to a number of tangible ways to do that work, including through more public education and public visibility across the city. 4.2 is to encourage staff and elected leadership to learn ways to bring colonial law and Indigenous law together through dialogue and stories to find common principles for the betterment of society, honoring Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh legal systems and ways of knowing. And 4.2 is, I think, one of many of the recommendations in the strategy that really speak very clearly to the better city, better future for all of us in being able to implement this work together. 4.12 is identifying ways to support Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to create cultural learning and healing centers or programs for education, training, and sharing of traditional knowledge, laws, languages, and cultures of these lands. Again, some really good conversation and good recommendations in the report about what this can look like, including programs and spaces, opportunities for youth and community members to relearn their own traditional knowledge, language, and cultural practices, and support from the city in enabling that programs and spaces as a means to develop educational programs for schools and other places of learning. So important ways that the city can be involved in really tangible and clear ways in strengthening rights and title on these lands. I'm going to pass it to Councillor Fraser. Okay, I'm going to pass it to Wanik.
Okay. Oh, thanks. Thanks, everyone. We are on to the task force recommendations for City Council. That Council endorse this task force report, the City of Vancouver's Undrip strategy, and direct staff to determine what is needed to implement each call to action and report back to Council with an Undrip action plan with findings and next steps on implementation across city departments. Recommendation 2, that Council directs staff to establish an intergovernmental process for carrying out this next phase of work to facilitate Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh review of shared work plans with work prioritization and ongoing engagement. Number 3, that Council directs staff in consultation with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh to develop a community-based Undrip engagement process with diverse Indigenous populations living in the city. Number 4, that Council refer to the City of Vancouver's Undrip strategy to the Board of Parks and Recreation, Vancouver Police Board, Vancouver Public Library Board, and Vancouver School Board, and encourage them to adopt the findings of the task force and collaborate in cross-departmental implementation to ensure their own policies and procedures align with Undrip. Number 5, that Council accept these calls to action as a pathway forward to building good relations with the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh lands, guiding the City of Vancouver to take all measures necessary to ensure that its policies, laws, practices, and standards are consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Next steps. If endorsed by Council today, the next steps would be the development of an action plan on implementation and maintaining the intergovernmental process for carrying the work and shaping a process for the Indigenous rights of the diverse Indigenous peoples and populations living in the city. Final words.
I think our final message as a part of our presentation is, as you can see from a number of the recommendations, that there's been I would say, an earnest and good faith attempt by all the officials involved, and I really do want to hold my hands up to everybody that's been involved in this, including the elected officials on the steering committee, our task force, technical support, including, I really want to shout out the City of Vancouver staff who worked on this. They were phenomenal to work with. I've never worked with a team of people who are as organized as we've had in any organization I've ever been involved in, and the dedication, the preparedness, the quick turnaround sometimes on things. This process was really successful in terms of coming together as a collaborative government-to-government process, largely because of, I think, the city staff who helped steer many aspects of the process. And we're so respectful and collaborative as well with the staff from the MST nations. But there is, I think, a theme through the work. And when I look at these photos that we have up on the screen, there's something, I think, really touching for our people. I had a chance to visit one of our elders from my community after the ceremony, and she had seen on the news some of the coverage and had actually watched some of the live stream. And, you know, for her, she just shared words of encouragement that she was really happy to see this work done. that she was happy to see that we had called witnesses and done sort of the ceremonial work. And I know we had spoken to this last week, but for anybody that is listening as well, that the decision to hold that ceremony really came about from the feelings of the task force that here today we are sort of conducting ourselves in the processes and procedures of City Hall and the City of Vancouver, the requirements under the Vancouver Charter and the laws that apply to this institution. But what we participated on last week is the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh equivalent of what we're doing here today. That when we conduct ourselves in our longhouses or in our homes and our communities, that what you had witnessed and participated in last week is how we make things official in our society, how we verify and actualize decisions that are going to be made. And as an example, when we conduct any kind of business within our culture, and I'm like attempting to code switch a little bit in the sense of using terms that I think you could reasonably use when talking about that type of ceremony, not language we would necessarily use ourselves, but as an example, when we conduct these ceremonies, there was a time when what we had done last week was illegal. There was a time when our people could face jail time or fines, and they were criminalized for decades until 1951, when the Indian Act was amended and some of those pieces of the law were dropped in a sort of a reform of the Indian Act. And our people had to go underground and had to practice these things secretively and privately. The process that you saw that day can happen in front of thousands of people, and they do happen often with thousands of people in attendance. And sometimes they would happen in a church basement or at somebody's kitchen table, and the exact same process would be used. There's documented references to large potlatches, or what our old timers would call a big time sort of potlatch at Eyalmuch at Jericho Beach. And there was reportedly 2,000 people who had traveled there by canoe. And you would have witnessed a similar type of custom take place there. And so the reason I just referenced that is this is an example, I think, of that coming together, that collaboration, that meeting us as equals and working together in good faith. And really that good faith aspect has been a lot on my mind through this process, that everybody has approached it with a humility and a kindness. And there's an aspect that we're talking about very big ideas around jurisdiction and law and sort of the recommendations and what they could achieve. But at the end of the day, I think what really this boils down to is a true, genuine kindness. That the kindness that can be received and given by all the parties involved, that the heart of this concept of reconciliation is that there is a healing that happens, and that we can transition or transform ourselves beyond sort of the pain and suffering that has been caused, but also move to a place where there is abundance of healing and an abundance of wealth and an abundance of joy that can be felt by all involved. And I think my closing message on this is that although this is the sort of work of the City of Vancouver's task force for implementing Undrip, that this report is the Undrip strategy, that it is in many ways specific to Indigenous peoples, and in particular the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. I think fundamentally, my message that I think is really important about all of this is if you take these recommendations and you take the strategy, or you take provincial federal law around implementing Undrip, or you take Undrip itself, the full enjoyment of the rights as articulated within the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People would bring an abundance of mutual benefit to everybody in our society. That Vancouver and British Columbia and Canada will be a far better place for everybody involved through the full enjoyment of the rights of Indigenous people. That what we see emerging through the work that we do together is that when we come together and we work together, we can create something that we couldn't create if we tried to do it on our own. That we are creating mutual benefit or impact that is going to benefit all Vancouverites, including Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. And so I think about all the projects that we're doing together, all the work that we've done together, and how collaborative and respectful it has been. And I think ultimately, at the end of the day, this work is really about making our home here in this place in the world that we call Vancouver, the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, that we are making this place a better place, the best place that we can, not just for ourselves, but for future generations. And I think that this is the first attempt to try and wrestle with these topics and these questions. It is a first attempt to try to understand how we might work together through this tool of Undrip. But ultimately, it really comes to the work that has built us to this point and hopefully taking us into the next sort of iteration of that work. And one day there'll be other people standing here or sitting here and speaking to the work that we've done today and how they built upon that, just so as we are standing here today talking about the work that we built on previous leadership, generations, elders, predecessors. And so we really thank you all for this time to present and share. I really want to acknowledge my colleagues from the task force, and again, the staff, for all of this, and really just holding my hands up to each and every one of you, thanking you from the bottom of our heart. I think a lot about our people who aren't with us here today, but wanted to be here, and really just expressing our gratitude, because we've learned a lot from this, we've gained a lot from this, and we hope to gain more through working together as well. Tamat kwet si kuyan snachum. Those are my words. Thank you.
So I think the group of us are here to take questions now.
Thanks very much for the presentation and all the work. I do have questions from councillors, which is up to 5 minutes each, and then we have speakers as well. Just a reminder. So, Councillor Weep, you have up to 5. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for the report, and it's been powerful. And my favorite thing about being elected is the teachings and learnings that I've learned with First Nations for 4 years. So my first question, we all took pictures here for the Year of Indigenous Languages, but nothing was done. And what I don't want to do today is pass a strategy that's not implementable. Can you talk about the funding and how we can make sure that this work becomes implementable, and what we want to do moving forward in that element? Because I want to see us pass this today and make sure that we deliver on what we promise.
It's a great question and a very important point, that the work is how we implement a strategy, not the strategy itself. The question specifically about the Year of Indigenous Languages work, I don't know if there's a staff person who has an update on where that is at. I know it was an added item in the budget. I know.
We can move on. For me, that was a really tough moment as a city councillor to be here for taking pictures and not delivering and implementing, and I really want to make sure this is implemented. My next question is, recognizing the colonial audit done at Park Board, there's a conversation saying that it's necessary for a city to really do the truth phase before we move to reconciliation, so that the solutions don't seem like we're inviting white saviorism, and also recognizing that as a city, we need to do the tough work. And so I'm just wondering, recognizing what role we can play as a city to make sure that we do our work, to make sure that we're not just doing naming. I think in the report it talked about it's really difficult just to start with naming when we're not really defining who's benefiting from the lands.
Thank you for the excellent question. I think both on the sort of, I'm going to try and answer both your questions at once. On the funding and that question, and also on sort of prioritization, which I think is one of the lessons that came through this, is we hadn't had a process prior to this where the nations were really coming together and then working amongst ourselves to then come to the city of Vancouver with clear recommendations or even a preference on prioritizing of those many recommendations. So for example, and I said this at a meeting, I heard a chief at a meeting a couple of years ago say, well, you have 79 priorities. Do you really have any priorities? And we do have a number of recommendations here, but I think what comes out of this is process and the ability for the nations to actually respond in a timely manner and to be able to give clear direction. So whether it's on the work like a colonial audit or the languages or even funding, is that we have now a clear process that worked well from this that we can continue on to be able to help provide direction. I think as an example, there's a number of initiatives that the city had presented to us early in the process saying, here's all the motions and projects that the city of Vancouver is working on. And we then had a process for the nations to review that and to provide feedback. Whereas I think prior to this, because it was such a, we hadn't tried anything to address that, it was a lot of the city having to reach out to 3 sort of communities and then wait for responses and then try to coordinate. This sort of allowed for a new process to be able to move quickly on giving comment or feedback and also to include the councils as a part of that process. So I think the hope is on the funding with the nations to be able to come forward and say, here's what we think we would need in order to staff ourselves to be able to work on this. But also of the 79, we want to work with the city of Vancouver in the next iteration to identify what is the quick wins or what are the first things we can do right out of the gate? What are the things we can get done in year 1? What are the things we can get done in year 2? And actually develop that into the action plan. So I would say, yes, there's often a lot of talk or commitments made with very little follow through. But I do think that there's a quote that I'm going to try to remember, which is we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our processes and systems. And so I think what's coming out of this is we have a number of goals, but we also now have process. And I think what was absent before was process to be able to achieve those goals. So I think we're very positive in our thinking around that through that lens.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll just add for a quick one regarding the follow-up and follow-through. And one thing I remember last time we had a presentation, I think you asked where was the senior director position within the city. So now that I've been able to participate in a few different meetings outside of Undrip with the new senior director of Indigenous Relations, I think that's a great avenue for the city and Armin as well, so that we can follow up on the processes and systems and short-term actionable items to come.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thank you for the work and the presentation, the report. I just have a few follow-up questions. I believe it was talked about under calls to action theme 3, self-determination. And Salem, I believe it was you that were speaking to that, but forgive me if I'm incorrect. Developing process of government to government and really acting in good faith that people will operate with, or how I heard it is sort of people operating with sort of a shared interest or shared values. What needs to be in place to enable that work to continue in a good way, in a positive way? And is it captured in this report?
I love the question and I really appreciate it because one of the aspects of sort of the report, and honestly it dovetails a little bit on my last answer, which is when we look back at the history of the relationship building between the city of Vancouver and the nations, it started at one place and it's evolved and moved into a new place. And the relationship has endured elections, for example, that it wasn't necessarily about the individuals who might be at the table on any of the sides, but that the relationship between this city of Vancouver and the nations has become so strong that our ability to call each other or talk to each other as an example, the relationship that the nations often have on different projects with the city of Vancouver, we don't have that same kind of relationship with the province or feds. It is not necessarily this, for example, when we would speak to our counterparts who had worked on federal or provincial work around Undrip, they would often use terminology of negotiations, whereas we were often just talking about it as a conversation. And I think that spoke to sort of that good faith, values-based, collaborative approach. And so, as an example, I said 10 years ago, the beginning of the relationship with the nations just started with council to council meetings, because that was what people were able to sort of commit to and be somewhat familiar with at the time. I think we've evolved now that the relationship has grown and strengthened, that we can now move into sort of new phase of that work where a council to council meeting might not seem as daunting as it might have seemed, you think, when they first happened. And it is recommended to continue those types of initiatives, but now we can sort of build on them. So I think that the relationship has become so strong that it allows for a lot of more things to happen as a result.
Okay, that's great. I just have two more questions, if I may. I think it's one important one, because the example that was offered around 2.3 was the Iona wastewater treatment plant. And as a Metro decision, I'm just curious if you can elaborate on any involvement that Metro has had in this work, if at all. Of course, we've got some cross-governmental councillors that are working in both, but yeah, it would be helpful to know. And then what opportunity there is going forward to bring this to Metro.
Well, with the Iona water treatment plant, it's been something that, has been in place for years. And Musqueam has been trying to deal with Metro Vancouver on either reallocating that treatment plant. And, there have been some tough discussions. I personally, as on council, are not in those negotiations or that, but I needed to mention it because it does have an impact on our reserve, where it doesn't allow for housing. It's taken up a lot of our grounds for the creek. It's affected the creek and other things like that. So we could probably get you an answer for that.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, it would be good to hear how we can support that.
I'll just add that the nations, I don't want to speak on behalf of the nations, so I'm going to try and word this diplomatically. My understanding is that Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh have their own bilateral relationships with Metro on different issues. So Squamish does, Musqueam does, Tsleil-Waututh does. But also that that same sort of positive relationship building that happens with the city of Vancouver has also started to happen within Metro Vancouver. And as an example, Metro Vancouver CAO, Jerry Dolbovani, used to work here at the city. And so a lot of the work that happened here at the city around reconciliation, the reconciliation framework, I think really influenced or impacted Jerry, that when he moved on to Metro, taking those ideas and then building them within their administration, their team. So I know there's a lot of relationship building happening there. And I think that there's also continued conversations around, I think by folks involved through Metro, around some of these ideas. So I think that there's a lot of really good relationship building happening there. There hasn't been specific conversations yet around the recommendations in this. I think the hope was to bring it here to this council. Should it get approved, then we would continue on with those conversations.
Thanks so much. Councillor Harbuck, up to 5.
First of all, would you reset my timer, please?
Sure
And
thing.
secondly, I'd like to move for a second round of questions.
Okay, do we have a seconder? Councillor Bly is a second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So in reading the report, I have concerns about jurisdictional issues. And so I'd like to start with the discussion, as we just heard, around the relationship with Metro. Tsawwassen First Nations has a seat on Metro, as we know, because it negotiated and achieved self-government through the Treaty Commission. Tsawwassen exited the Indian Act, and my question is, why have Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh not have done the same? if their interest is in having a seat at the table, similar to what Tsawwassen First Nations has done.
So on the answer of sort of final agreement and treaty negotiations, that is a big topic that is separate from some of this work, because I think that would require specific responses from each of the nations sort of to be able to respond that we don't have a fulsome time for. But the one thing I'll say is that the provincial and federal governments have engaged in processes and have amended their policies over the year to actually allow for a more customized approach to relationship between First Nations and the Crown. So, for example, the province and the feds don't require a lot of things that they used to require on First Nations when negotiating treaty, that they've found that having the nations actually come forward and identify what their interests are, where they would like to move, is a much more effective, successful way to achieve agreements on a number of things. So instead of a process where it's sort of comprehensive and you have to agree to everything all at once, they've opted more for a customized, tailored approach. And so different nations will come forward with different sort of topics or issues that they want to advance. And so although at the time the policy was sort of more of a comprehensive treaty agreement, what we've seen now is that the province, in relation to Metro or Mayor's Council, things like that, that they are willing to do more targeted, specific changes without a requirement to negotiate a comprehensive package. And so as an example of that, the DRIPA action plan includes a specific objective to increase First Nations representation on regional district boards, and they've already started on this in a number of areas around the province outside of treaty as well. So it's a more tailored, customized approach that the province has taken.
So change the rules to suit rather than pursue what has been done in the past through treaty negotiation. My next question is, there's been the assertion in the report that Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh are the rights and title holders of the land of the city of Vancouver. It's pages 7, 9, and throughout. There's no discussion of the property rights and interests of non-Indigenous people, being the large majority of the residents of Vancouver. How do you think the calls to action implementation might affect the residents of Vancouver in the whole? If indeed what you're suggesting is that you are the rights and title holders.
I will do my best to answer this, although I'm not a lawyer, so I might get further advice on this. But
Legal is needed then.
well, the only comment that I can add is that within Canadian case law, in terms of constitutional law that's been decided by the Supreme Court, where they have both acknowledged the existence of Aboriginal title and then also further defined Aboriginal title, in the Chilcotin decision, which was the first Supreme Court decision to acknowledge and recognize Indigenous title of an Indigenous nation, that the underlying ownership of title within Canada is Aboriginal title, and then that Crown title and other forms of title then come on top of that Indigenous title. But they also further commented that overlap is where the work of reconciliation happens, that there is an inherent conflict that arrives sometimes between the baseline Aboriginal title and then Crown title, and then further on from there into things like private title. So the work of reconciliation has been to move through those, I think, conflicts. But ultimately in this report and within the recommendations, they really speak to opportunities in targeted, specific ways to be able to work together on that. And there have been examples where the City of Vancouver has worked with the nations around land issues. So there isn't a lot of contemplation around any mention or consideration of conflict between things like private title and Aboriginal title. It really speaks to more around decision-making or interests or impacts, but also opportunities, for example, on things like environmental restoration, access to cultural sites, things like that.
Thank you.
Not what the report does, but thank you. I'll go back on the queue.
Councillor Carr.
Great.
Thank you thanks very much and the opportunity to ask questions. My first question is really around the idea, and I guess it sort of follows on what Councillor Hardwick was talking about, the opportunity for people to understand what Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh might be interested in doing in terms of these particular recommendations in restoring the environment, access to cultural sites or sites of significance. If you could give some examples, I think that would be helpful for people to understand sort of where this is eventually heading.
There are a number of initiatives that the nations have worked on, for example, with Vancouver Port, and even in some of the stream restoration projects that have happened throughout Vancouver or on the foreshore. But even my understanding, and my colleagues might have more information on this because they're more involved than I am, but even on some of the projects like the Jericho Lands development and looking at restoration of environmental areas there. So I would say that it's been a value and a principle for the nations. And then I think the hope through this work is to be able to identify where the city of Vancouver is already doing work, and then where would the nations like to be more involved. And also, are there areas where the nations want to come forward and identify as priority areas? So there's a number of places that are currently happening. I think False Creek is another example where I think there's probably a lot of shared interest, but also opportunity, because the nations are also able to engage with the Crown at the provincial and federal level in a way that the city might not be able to, because we have separate sort of rights recognized by law. So
That's great. Yeah, I think that the more examples that people can give, the better, just in terms of understanding sort of how it might unfold as we work together. My second question may not be directed necessarily at you. It arises out of your statements, especially by Councillor Fraser, but it might be directed to staff, and I'll leave it up to you to decide about that. I couldn't help but reflect on the importance of today in our city, and the news being filled this morning of a ceremony that the Heiltsuk Nation was holding regarding an apology from members of the VPD for an arrest that was made. And I'm wondering, around the training in terms of cultural competency and understanding, Kilselling, you said at the beginning of this, we are grounded in ceremony. And so I was thinking this morning as I listened to the news, there was a ceremony around apology and the importance of understanding what that means. So what are the city's plans for grounding people in throughout our whole organization in the importance of understanding ceremony and the process of working together in terms of, we use the term cultural competency, or Armin maybe, or somebody.
So maybe if staff have an answer, if staff want to answer, and then we'll come back here.
Thanks, councillors. So yes, there's a number of initiatives underway in terms of staff training programs that we have available, sessions that we have run, workshops, seminars, and so on. We have our Elders and Residents program, a number of employee support groups. So there's lots of work underway, but clearly a step coming out of this with council's endorsement will be to take the next step and look holistically as an organization about what we need to do for staff on the education side. And we're certainly interested to hear from the incoming council as well as how we can support in that regard as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you for that. I do remember that we did have a competency training not only for staff but for councillors. And is that anticipated? We have a new council coming in.
Subject to council's interest, that would be definitely something that we would be interested to help with.
Great. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Councillor D'Amano.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you to all of you for the work on this. It's fantastic. I just have a couple of questions. First, just if you could comment on the provincial announcement yesterday around the interim approach to Undrip and how that fits with the work of the strategy and the task force.
Yes, the interim approach that's been announced by the province was something that was developed collaboratively with the First Nations Leadership Council, so the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, BC Assembly of First Nations, and the First Nations Summit, and is intended to provide direction to all of the ministries as they are either developing legislation or looking at amending legislation. What is their policy directive for how they should engage First Nations around those changes? Because Section 3 of DRIPA requires that all laws come into alignment with Undrip. So until this point, there wasn't really specific instructions for the ministries on how they would do that work that now has been provided to them as an interim approach. And what we'll find is that in the coming years, there'll be new legislation or previous legislation that will need to be amended. There's kind of a dual aspect to that. One is legislation that the province is intending to sort of bring forward through their own agenda, but also legislation that the nations themselves are specifically asking be reviewed. So there's a secretariat that's being established that will help assist in the drafting of legislation, the review of legislation. And so I think that there are a few articles within their action plan that do intersect with some of the municipal issues. There are some things that the nations had actually asked to be included in that action plan, and they weren't, with regard to some of the more municipal-based legislation. So those become areas of continued advocacy, I think. But what's been helpful is that as the province does those types of policy initiatives, they become best practices for us to look at adopting or using or adapting, I should say, to other contexts like municipal governance.
Fantastic, thank you. A couple more questions. I'll tie these two together around housing and disposition of city-owned lands. I know we've had some conversations with Urban Métis and Urban Nishka, and how you see that fitting in. They have an interest in housing as well, and I'm just curious about how that fits in with the strategy, and if you could comment on that and opportunities for collaboration with MST.
Housing is I think, for the nations and as well as I think for the city, a huge priority. We have long wait lists, things like that. But one of the opportunities that also is emerging is that when we look at some of the MST-specific developments, whether it's Heather or Jericho and others, when we look at the inclusionary zoning aspects that the nations are including in that, there's going to be a huge amount of need to build the infrastructure to both develop and then manage those units that are provided, whether it's attainable housing, affordable housing, social housing. So there are conversations happening at the nation around what that's going to look like in terms of the nation's management of those units. But the reality is that as we do more of these types of projects together with the city, the amount of units that become available in that, there's a lot of considerations for the nations, including that some of our people might not want to necessarily live in those areas. They might want to live more in the sort of physical reserves. So what does it look like then for the nation to have almost like a surplus of affordable housing units, and what do the nations want to do in that circumstance? And I think that there is continued conversations with other providers around how we might be able to be of assistance to other groups or other nonprofit housing societies. The other aspect to it too is I know talking to, for example, the Aboriginal Land Trust and some of the folks involved there is that they also have a lot of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh tenants and some of the other Indigenous nonprofit housing societies. And that as we build housing for our members, those people potentially move into the units we manage, which frees up those units for other Indigenous people to then sort of occupy them. So there's a natural sort of alliance that works from all of this work happening, so to speak.
Fantastic. I'm going to squeeze in one more question, and specifically,
Can you wait for a second round, just because we're
Sure,
20
okay.
seconds left? Thanks so much. Just before I go to Councillor Kirby-Young, just wondering, Councillor Fry, could you just take the chair? I was just going to step out for a sec. Thank you so much.
Councillor
Kirby-Young's next.
Can we reset Councillor Kirby-Young's timer, please? Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Fry. I'm just going to expand a little bit because Councillor Carr got into the area of my question and just hearing some of the dialogue around the table. I just wanted to touch a little bit more on how important do you believe that the role of education is in terms of not just developing learning and knowledge, and, you know, we hear there are a lot of gaps. I heard somebody speaking on the radio this morning, it said, you know, I have 2 history degrees, for example, and I wasn't taught this, right? It was never kind of part of what we learned growing up. And then I hear some of the questions around the table, and I also, occurs to me there's a process of unlearning perspectives. So I'm wondering if you can sort of speak to, and in reference to things like the Helsing Nation, and that's just, I think, only one example of, that happens to be the current one at the moment, is how important is that education process, whether it's with frontline first responders like police, or whether it's with city staff, you reference library, others kind of in the report, to put a priority on that in this work.
That is an excellent question. It's something that's been on my mind for quite some time. And, you know, we're seeing good positive change right now. When you look at the Vancouver School Board, you're looking at North End School District, a lot of our kids are learning our Indigenous ways of being at a very young age, where it was eliminated in our history textbooks. So I see it already starting from the ground up, and it's trickling vertically to our parents for them to actually start and be curious and learn more about the host nations from a kid. That is very important. What also is important is the work that we've accomplished today on this Undrip task force. The city councilors and also our nation councilors, that this task force for a year, it wasn't just a task force, it was a journey. It was an experiential journey that was transformative for the people that were on the task force. And for them to witnessing the ceremony that we had last week, those are all learning moments. And with working with the city manager, Armin, and then the Indigenous Relations manager, this is where those templates can work on how can we create those educational packages, those educational moments of onboarding, continuous education for the mayor and council, senior directors, staff. So that still that's our goal. That's our expectation in the following months, and that's why it's so critical for the next steps is to make sure that we have the existing city of council members on this task force with the existing task force from the MST nations, because we're the ones that experience that journey together, and we can also have onboarding with the incoming city councilors so that they can come, but also just absorb the information. So you're not starting from ground zero, you're still allowing that continuation of learning together, and people are learning at the same time.
Okay, and then sort of following up on that, because there's the, you know, obviously, so the role of first responders are obviously dealing oftentimes with people in crisis, but what, in terms of the proactive public institutions, I think of the library, some of the park board programming, et cetera. I'm wondering how, if you think that we can strengthen those opportunities beyond what's been done. So I have the pleasure of sitting on the art gallery board, for example, brought on a new curator with a real expertise in working with Indigenous nations. The Indigenous nations have traveled to meet the architect in Europe. They're now part of reflecting kind of the culture and the history of the facade. Now reflects Coast Salish weaving, things like Indigenous storytellers in residence at the library, or the, you know, City of Vancouver's official poet. You know, in terms of the arts and culture aspect, do you see that as the sort of the proactive opportunity to engage the public, and could we be doing more there? What kind of stands out for you that you thought, wow, that's a great one, or I wish we had done this?
Yes, excellent questions. One of the things I'll also point to is one of the recommendations, and we sort of worded it in a certain way to give a little flexibility, but where it came from was some of us had visited a few other cities, mostly in Europe, where they actually, their city hall had created sort of a civic public education program where residents, citizens, or even visitors can just go to City Hall and they would have like this monthly training that was open to everybody. As a kind of an example or an inspiration of what could be possible here, where we imagine like potentially on the guidance of the nation, where maybe City Hall once a month, there's representatives from the communities who can, you know, people can sign up, and it's just something that City Hall hosts to do a 2-hour sort of workshop with people. So there's things like that, but ideas where we think that there can be a lot of education. I think fundamentally it comes to resources. There's only a certain amount of our people that can be put to task to develop these things. And there's also a certain amount of people who have either been trained or feel comfortable being able to do those types of trainings. But there's also other ways where when we think about policy, One example that I think was wonderfully received by the nations is when the Skookum Festival happened at Stanley Park. They had engaged the Vancouver Park Board about using that site, and the Park Board said, we have a principle and a policy that the nations have to be consulted on this, and that you have to obtain permission from the nations. And so then they had to go to the nations and get our permission, which allowed for us to say, we would like to see these things incorporated, which eventually resulted in 20% of the programming were Indigenous artists. Our people were involved throughout a lot of the development and the design. We did openings and welcomes as a part of it all, and then there was displays and art. All of that became opportunities for people to be educated and learn. But it started with that sort of policy directive. It wasn't us trying to ask to be brought in. We were brought in from the early stages, and then sort of the beauty of it came out from after that. So that's an example that I think I would point to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, second round for 5.
Sorry, there's some other councillors that have not asked questions that are on the queue. Would you like to take them first?
I think we can just go ahead. Thanks, Councillor.
Okay. In that case, I'd like to go and talk about city responsibility and my concerns about overreach. There's numerous assertions about city responsibilities in this report to provide housing on page 12, program services and revenues on page 21, cultural support 24, to transfer not only lands but legislative authority on 22 and 27, and provide redress on 2015. I'm concerned that no such responsibilities exist beyond those owed to Vancouver citizens generally, as in the Constitution Act. So I am interested to understand why these responsibilities are being pressed onto the city that are outside of their jurisdiction and responsibility.
I'm happy to take a first attempt at answering that. The first thing that came to mind as you were speaking was my own memory of attending the Truth and Reconciliation events in the city of Vancouver, and quite frankly, of growing up in this city close to one of the Musqueam Nation reserves, and a lifetime as a settler of unlearning, as someone previously spoke about, and learning this shared history and our shared responsibilities to address the atrocities of our history. And so in the presentation, you heard about some of the work of other levels of government in implementing Undrip, as well as that actually implementing Undrip at every level of government was a specific call to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And so we're I don't like the word paving, we're forging new ground here together in looking to how we implement Undrip as one piece of addressing that shared history. And we have a role as a local government, just as provincial and federal governments have a role in redress, in reconciliation, and in improving the quality of life and the relationships and for all of us going forward.
Okay, that doesn't really answer my question, because what we are talking about is the responsibilities of that are legislative and legal. And similarly, under joint development control, there were inferences in this that suggest joint land use decision-making, page 22 to 24, which is contrary to the Vancouver Charter, which generally grants authority to council with limited exceptions. So we do live within a jurisdictional, legislative, and legal framework. And so my question is, how are we going to deal with the fact that there are recommendations made in this report that are clearly outside the scope of our jurisdiction and legally outside of our responsibility?
So what I'll try to attempt to answer this quickly. There's a couple of factors that are playing in on this. One is that there is a case law that speaks to the responsibility of delegated authorities of the Crown. whether it's a Crown corporation or entities that have been created by the Crown, in this case provincially, and the responsibility of those entities to and their responsibilities with regard to Section 35 of the Canadian Charter, which speaks to Aboriginal rights and title. But also additionally, because of both now federal and provincial law, there is a requirement that all laws, provincially and federally, have to become in alignment with Undrip. And so there is going to be work as laws become evaluated and amended over time in consultation with First Nations. In terms of the specifics interaction of the legal requirements, the recommendations here are intended to be high level, that the exact process that would be engaged in would be further developed coming out of this. So there is a recognition, I should say, that although there are specific clauses and considerations, say, for example, with the Vancouver Charter, it's really about trying to find the ways to work within those constraints until such time that those constraints are then revised or amended, which will eventually have to happen with the Vancouver Charter, the Local Government Act, and other legislation. So it's not too prescriptive. It's intended to be open in a certain respect to allow for that flexibility. But the main thing I'll say is that there is a requirement on these issues around sort of actors that are acting on behalf of the province. But this is just an attempt to be a bit forward-looking in that sense. When we engaged in conversations with the province around this work early on, at a sort of staff-to-staff level, their response to us was, as you come up with proposals or recommendations, bring them to us, and we'd be interested to see what comes out of those recommendations. So it's early, I would say, I would agree. But there is sort of a number of places where we're trying to operate in the sandbox that we have available to us, while at the same time developing new processes to achieve those types of expectations.
So we haven't got a legal review of what the recommendations have been in this report that can inform our judgment here today. So it's aspirational.
Yeah, it is a both end. These are high level goals. There has been legal review and an acknowledgement that it's an evolving legal terrain. And so we will continue to be part of that evolution.
Thank you.
I'm out of time, but I think there's a lot more discussion that needs to take place on this. Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. And please forgive me, I won't stand. I kind of pulled my back this morning and I just don't feel like standing. So not a sign of disrespect. Appreciative of all the work that's gone into this. And I had a couple of questions. Number one, there's mention in here of capacity building. And I recall a conversation with the head of the First Nations Public Service Secretariat talking about the real issues with capacity for First Nations across British Columbia, and how oftentimes a lot of the work that we do unfairly burdens nations without the capacity to do this work. And I'm wondering if you could, I know it's in the report, I'm wondering if you can reflect a little bit on what's needed for capacity building.
There's two answers I would give to that. One is there is a real capacity gap in the sense that our communities only have a certain amount of people who can do certain tasks or be involved, because they're sort of spread between maybe 20 or 40 projects. And so there are those gaps. However, the nations have been doing a lot of work around employment and training and developing employment and training opportunities for our members. We have, for example, an MST Employment Training Society that works with other levels of government to obtain funding to support employment and training programs. There's also sort of recommendations within that speak to opportunities to actually bring some of our young people or just some of our people into employment opportunities within the city as a part of their own sort of training, that we can build capacity through a number of the systems that the city has available to it. So that's sort of one aspect where there's a larger long-term generational need to engage in employment and training and education of our members to be able to then fill and occupy these roles. The other piece of it, though, is that we also have established better practices and procedures around capacity funding and how the nations are able to respond to requests for involvement. And the City of Vancouver has done a lot of really good work over the last couple of years to increase its processes to provide what we call capacity funding. So when we look at things like the Vancouver Plan, or some of the Year of Indigenous Language initiatives. There are areas now where the city has become much better equipped and familiar with being able to offer capacity funding that is given to the nations that we then use to hire either our own staff or consultants or community members, depending on the project, to be involved in and respond to those things. So I think that's sort of where the next step of this work is to really think about both priority setting and then what are the resources that are going to be needed, one on the city side and then two on the nation side to be able to sort of participate further in a number of these things, even just to scope them out. Like some of these things will take time to imagine what does it actually look like. For example, like one example is like there's a recommendation around developing a protocol between the city and the nations around major events. You know, we've seen over the last few years, we've been able to work together very effectively on things like the 2030 Olympic bid, just in terms of process. We just work together. But what we're also finding as it's Invictus, it's FIFA, it's Olympics, it's who knows what else, is that we're being very reactive. So how do we develop a protocol that we know if the opportunity comes up, we know how to collaborate, and also that if people change, the process will remain. So it's things like that where that's just going to take time. But the nations would be equipped to be able to respond to what they think capacity needs are going to be to work on those types of projects.
Okay, thank you for that. And touching on something that Councillor Dominato was sort of exploring, and I know this is forthcoming, the protocols for working with urban Indigenous populations. And certainly I live in Kimkimule, where there is a high need urban Indigenous population. What do we anticipate will be the sort of preference for protocol working with non-host nations on some of the critical issues that we're facing?
No, that's an excellent question, and I'm happy to speak to it. So this is a topic that actually became a bit of, I think, a learning for us through this process. That I would tell you that at the beginning of it, we probably didn't. I don't think we have the final answer at this point, but I think that we've been able to, through conversation, gain a bit of a better understanding around this topic. And so where we arrived at through our process was, after very, lengthy discussions, even amongst ourselves, was that what made the most sense to us at this time, and that could change, is that if the City of Vancouver can begin its formal relationship with the three nations, and then through that relationship can then expand it outward, that we use that relationship as the foundational piece. And some of the teachings that came through our conversations, and I'm thinking of one of our task force members, Kaya Polano, Councillor Howard Grant, where if we think of the nations as we have all these guests in our territory, including other Indigenous people. So how do we, as the people from this territory, host or welcome these guests? And that we can operate as a government level, then reaching out to our relatives from other nations. There's ongoing conversations with organizations like MVAC and their relationship that they can develop with the nations. The report speaks to providing capacity funding for the nations to further develop those relationships. But we're also finding is that the nations are also doing more work, for example, near Kamkamalai, where the report also speaks to, is there space that the city could give to Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in areas like the downtown east side, so that we actually have areas that we can then be able to connect with our members who are living down there. And what we found, just from Squamish's perspective, we've been doing a little more engagement in the downtown east side, but we don't know where our people are. So what we do is we provide opportunities for the whole community to come, and then everybody sort of shows up, and then our staff are able to say, hey, we're looking for this person, or have you seen them? And they're like, oh yeah, I saw them yesterday, I'll bring them tomorrow. So there's a bit of a blanket approach that allows us then to do targeted outreach to our specific members. But like that's an example of capacity where if we could actually have more on-site services that we're connecting with our people, it also starts to provide service to the whole sort of region. So I think it's a emerging field, but it was something that we didn't know at the beginning of this, that's how we would recommend approaching it. And I'm putting a lot of caveats into it because I don't want it to be seen as we are making a final decision in this regard, that it's an exploration and it's a learning process because we don't know what's going to work or not work. And we don't want it to come off as we have all the answers. It's more we want to explore things and see what works and go through that because it's an area that just has never been really tackled in this way before. So
Thank you. Councillor Weeb.
My first question's on early action 2, which talks about the host nations atlas book. And in the report, it talks about in Van Play and the Park Board, they looked at inventory of culturally sensitive areas. And you talked earlier about areas for foraging and fishing and restoring creeks. So can you talk if early action 2 is in that historical atlas book is looking at identifying those type of areas so that we can showcase where the historical foraging was or what type of forest or creek, is that going to be part of that atlas work, is really identifying those culturally important areas and historical shorelines and others for the public to have better understanding?
yes, so the short answer is yes and no, partly because there's a lot of consideration around protecting sort of the interests of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh in terms of cultural heritage and knowledge, and wanting, like, there's areas where we do want it to be known publicly, but there's also areas where it would be risky for us to declare sort of publicly certain areas that have some of those values. So it depends on the cultural knowledge and at the direction of each of the nations. The other piece there is that the three nations also have different stories and different cultural heritage and different protocols around how they want that information treated. Some might want certain things a little kept a bit more private, some might be a bit more public. So there are areas that I think are going to be recommended, included, that are part of that. And then there might be areas where it's not necessarily intended to be quite public. A good example of that is the nations have a protocol with the city around archaeological heritage sites that are found through processes that happened. Park Board also does too. And we're often reluctant to announce to the world, oh, we found a major archaeological site here, because the risk that we've seen time and time again is now people start going there and trying to find things. So it risks that. The other piece is, like on some of the cultural access sites for some of our ceremonies, is that if we publicize it, then people start coming thinking that they can come and witness or participate when they're intended to be a bit more of a private practice of individual families and things like that. So there's a balance that needs to be thought of, and the hope is to find that balance through that work.
So a bit will be brought out, the rest will be kind of for the nations, for the work. Okay, that's very helpful. My second question is, recognizing the budget's kind of the biggest thing we do, and the BC Assembly of First Nations has brought forward the centering concepts of well-being from a First Nations perspective. Do you see this work starting to be more embedded in our budget process, recognizing that's kind of the biggest thing we do here in the city of Vancouver, and how do you see that interrelationship?
Yes, the budget is definitely a big piece of where a lot of this work can be resourced and supported. And I think our hope through this is there's a number of city processes that are new to the nations or not familiar to the nations, and we had to learn as well as representatives of the nations around how the city works. And so I think that the hope is that as we develop some of these processes and the nations become more involved, we're able to identify where we would also like to be more involved, because it's a little bit outside looking in. We might not know what is happening inside the room, that once we're in there, that we can start looking around and seeing. So I think the budget is going to be a place where it would be really important to put at least the initial resources for that first year to then allow us to do the action plan. And then hopefully I think our goal with the action plan is it will outline what the multi-year sort of plan is around implementation and what potentially the resources needed for year 1, 2, 3, 4 kind of thing. So it's definitely going to be a big piece of supporting the work.
Okay, and last one, Broadway plan was approved, 500 blocks, one of the biggest plans we have here in the city of Vancouver. And this work was going in parallel, but a lot of this work wasn't incorporated in the Broadway plan. Can you talk about how you expect that we can be less siloed in this work moving forward with large plans here in the city of Vancouver?
There are some clauses, and I think, if I remember correctly, from the motion that was approved by council around the Broadway plan around engaging the nations, and I think I had provided some comments and support for some of those language. So I think that there are areas within the Broadway plan where the nations can sort of weave in, but it's definitely one of those cart horse things where we have to start somewhere, and it just happened to be where we're at this point in time. But I think as we look to the future, there's a lot of other work to be done by the city on other areas of the city, and I think that this will inform a lot of that work as well.
It's really exciting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to do one follow-up question tying into housing, but also noting the within the report and strategy, the focus on youth, on elders, persons with disabilities. Did the task force have some conversation about youth in care and youth aging out of care, and how collectively we can play a role through the strategy to support those youth? One of the areas that definitely emerged is around the issue around housing and affordability, but I'm just curious if that was a conversation, and if you see that being, although it's not directly named.
I would say that there was a lot conversations around a lot of core need areas around housing, and kind of in relation to that too, also just the limited lands available to some of the nations because of sort of the colonial policies around how reserves were allocated at the time. So due to the limited land base, there's just in some cases not a lot of land to actually build for even those communities on themselves. But there's also work that the nations are doing around, for example, youth in care. There's new legislation at the federal level that affirms the rights of Indigenous people around developing our own laws around youth in care. So there's a number of First Nations that have developed that or are in the process of developing that, that actually allows for nations to define best interest of the child, for example, and actually defining that through a First Nations lens specific to that nation, and then really affirming that the rights to manage manage the jurisdiction around youth in care is with the nations, and that's new federal law. There are changes that are going to be coming to provincial law to align with the federal law in that regard too. So there's a lot of really emerging work happening there. But I know just personally, privately, within my council, we've talked a lot about housing and youth in care and the need to that those are so critical to achieve together because of the impacts that happen when there isn't affordable, secure housing for families that are trying to reunify or youth aging out of care and things like that. So.
Yeah, it's exactly that, is the youth aging out of care, and there's a lot of barriers to whether it be housing, employment. So I appreciate it. It sounds like, even though it's not specifically named, that certainly would be encompassed and could be encompassed within this body of work as we're focusing on that demographic of youth in general and children. So I appreciate that, and thank you. That's all my questions.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova.
My apologies, I was on mute there. Thanks very much. The first question that I have, I suppose, should probably go to Salem. You in your capacity as co-chair of the committee, and I'll let you choose if you pass it on to other people on the committee. But just wondering, under, on page 11, under foundational calls to action, this has come up a few times. Action item number 2, providing ongoing capacity funding for Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations to help facilitate relationship building. And it goes on and talks about the role in decision making. I'm wondering, are you comfortable with the fact that there's not an amount set yet for that in the 2023 budget? From what I can see, is this something that is a concern that we don't already have earmarked funding moving forward for this? And how do you see this sort of moving forward to make sure that the actions council takes today actually amount into that funding happening in the next budget cycle process, which is only a few months away?
No, I really appreciate that question. Thank you. I would say that there's a lot of the last few months have been busy to get us to this point, and I would say that's a topic that we haven't yet had a fulsome discussion about. But it is something that I think coming out of today, should the report and the recommendations be adopted by council, it is a topic that will need to be discussed quite quickly. And I think it's something I can follow up with the task force co-chair as well as the other representatives and with city staff to understand what the considerations are to be able to achieve that for the upcoming budget. Even if it's just enough funding to support the first phase of the work, which is really scoping out the implementation. That's, I don't think, going to be the bulk of where the capacity funding will be needed overall, but there will be, I think, a need for some capacity funding to begin that work coming, through January to December of next year.
Okay, thanks very much. That's very helpful. And if I may, Mayor, could I ask a question of staff?
Sure.
Just further the question that I just asked Salem, I'm wondering where would staff be looking to fund this and offer capacity funding if council moves forward with this today, which I'm hoping that we will. Where in the 2023 budget would you be looking to find those funds, or have you already possibly found places you could earmark those funds for capacity funding?
Thanks, Councillor. It's Paul Mocher here. Yeah, appreciate the question. So, yeah, this is certainly something that we're alive to and would be one of the things that we would be working with the incoming council on as we put together the 2023 operating budget. So it's definitely one of the things that we would be looking for. There has been capacity funding provided in the past, so it's, we'll have to figure out the amounts and funding sources and so on, but it's something that we have identified as an issue to be addressed in 2023.
Okay, thanks. And just a further question on that is, are there any initial amounts that have been discussed? I know Salem had mentioned, funding possibly the first phase as a first step. But I'm just wondering, are there any amounts that you can share with us as to what staff would currently be looking at earmarking? I know the budget gets started after the last one is passed, so I'm assuming that there may be some numbers there. Is that something that you might have handy, even a ballpark?
Thanks, Councillor. No, at this stage, we don't have a specific number. I think we'll be looking for additional guidance on that. So I don't have a specific number that I can quote to you at this point.
Okay, thanks very much. Also, just wanted to ask another question, if I may. And my apologies, Mayor, if I go over time, let me know and I'll go back on the queue for a second round. I'm having some technical difficulties, so I can't pull my panel up. But another question, Salem, through you to whoever you would choose on the task force to answer this. And I've been honored to be a part of this task force. But going beyond some of the recommendations here to include, members of the Three Nations on the police board and in different capacities, do you think that that also needs to be a part of our city of Vancouver advisory committees, that we actually have designated spaces and spots for each of the nations if they choose to fill those spaces?
I'm just going to start you on your second round, Councillor Dejanova.
Oh, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that question. At this point, I would say potentially, maybe, but we don't know yet. The only consideration that I would offer is that we don't fully know all of the appointment opportunities that the City of Vancouver has, and there's also a limited number of representatives that we would have to offer. So I think it'll also come down to a prioritization by the nations on where they are most interested. The Vancouver Police Board was one identified by the nations as having a high interest. There's others as well that I think the nations have expressed some interest in. So I think it would come to part of the implementation as, I would say yes, potentially, but it also depends on, is there interest by the nations in being involved at those levels as well? And it could be, but it would be at the discretion of the nations to identify that in the coming years.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks very much. And many of my other questions were already answered. And being a member of the task force myself, I've had an opportunity to discuss this with some of the other members. So I'll leave my questions there, Mayor.
Thanks very much. Council, we do have 3 speakers. That's the end of the questions from Council. We do have 3 speakers. I'm hoping we can get through them by noon or just slightly after. The first speaker is Sarita. number 1, Sarita, it's listed as in person. Sure. Yep, I think just coming down from the balcony. So we have 3 speakers, council, and then probably break for lunch and then come back for debate and decision after. No, that's not her. Okay, I don't think we have Sarita here. So I'm going to move to speaker number 2 is Maria Mussenden by phone.
Hello?
Hi there. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to the mayor and council. My name is Maria, and my last name was not supposed to be mentioned. I have been a resident of Vancouver since 1963 when I immigrated to Canada as a child. Since then, I've been a resident of Vancouver minus the 9 years I lived on the North Shore. I appreciate the work that has been put into this report, put forth to address Canada's responsibility in the Undrip. And at the same time, I object to such a substantial report that has so much power to significantly affect the lives of Vancouverites being put forth to council for a vote at the 11th hour. I question the management of Vancouver. In taking this 11th hour approach, it appears the city of Vancouver is denying Vancouverites their democratic process. I also question the legality of it all. Vancouverites have been given very little time to respond to this report. Where are the voices in this? Where are the Vancouverites' voices in this? The aspect of this report regarding co-governing Vancouver, but determining how Vancouver is developed by people who have not been democratically elected by Vancouverites is disturbing and alarming to me. Are we a democracy? Vancouverites are already burdened with many costs to live in our city. The sharing of our precious tax dollars with others than Vancouverites without our say seems to be wrong. And it is wrong. I believe all people deserve to be treated with dignity, have equal opportunities to participate in our society. But this needs to be done in a democratic process. And I am not a very good public speaker. I want to honor our Aboriginal people, to have them participate in our society, for we to share as a whole. I understand that it's unceded land, but we can't turn back the clock. And I just want to share this with council. I heard on the radio yesterday that in Manitoba, I think it was a reserve town, I'm not sure, had to declare a state of an emergency because there are young people committing suicide and attempted suicide. It just saddens me so much. Our Aboriginal people deserve more that needs to be done through the democratic process. Thank you, Council. And I have one thing to say. I don't know how to say this, point of order, whatever. I think when reports are put out, when they are put out, published, needs to be dated on the report, just not when the report.
Thanks so much. I don't see any. Yep, thanks. I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move on to the next speaker, but thanks for calling in today. Council, we have Robin Tavender. Robin Tavender, speaker number 3.
Yes. Hello?
Hi there. Please go ahead.
Could you please read the organization organization I'm represented because that's how I registered.
Standing Water Nation.
Thank you, sir. Bonjour, je m'appelle Robin et je viens de la nation de l'eau permanente. La nation de l'eau permanente est une nation autochtone souveraine. Good day. My name is Robin and I come from the Standing Water Nation. The Standing Water Nation is a sovereign indigenous nation. I'm calling you from one of our houses in Vancouver within our traditional territory. I have sent a report to the city and I hope the Mayor and Council have it on their screens. Mayor and Council should have a 35-page report from the nation. Briefly to Councillor Hardwick, in Delgamuuk, the Supreme Court of Canada has said Aboriginal title is a burden on the Crown's underlying title. That's paragraph 145. And it does not make sense to speak of it outside of the Crown's framework of civil law. Aboriginal title, in that sense, is not a allodial nor radical title. It can be altered by Parliament. Here is how we have described the nation to the provincial government. Now, last year, Mr. Coleman asked me about our traditional territory. We didn't have a box we lived in. We lived in one place, then moved to another. Our nation was nomadic. We didn't necessarily settle until the Crown system of land tenures was introduced and settlement became a necessity. We camped, hunted, fished, built fires, and built structures wherever we went. If someone opposed us, that was an act of war. We didn't have any tradition of going into someone else's camp and taking over their fire. We built our own. According to our ancient oral law, we have never concluded any treaty with the Crown. We have not ceded our ancestral right to hunt, to camp, and to fish in our traditional territory. We have not ceded the right to take timber, to build fires, and to erect structures, both physical and conceptual, including corporations, sole and aggregate, especially universities and Indigenous degree-granting institutions of higher education. We have not ceded the right to use waters, plants, and minerals. As a sovereign Indigenous nation, we have the right to self-government. Many nations, including the British and the United States of America, have drawn lines all over the maps of our traditional territory, which includes without limitation the continent of North America and its adjacent waters. These statements were made to the province's Finance Committee in 2020 and 2021, and they are in the appendices to our report. From this, we note that the City of Vancouver is also within our traditional territory. At the outset, we're unsure how the City of Vancouver has any capacity to make findings as to title or rights. City of Vancouver is a statutory corporation in right of His Majesty's Province of British Columbia. It is also, in addition to a question of law, a question of metaphysics and epistemology. Our oral tradition is that we live in space. It is also our tradition that the space is full of light. Even at night, we know the light is there because we have anciently understood that during the day, the sun puts light into the earth, and that remains there during the night. As said in the report, we identify more with water, and we have always flowed through space. But we are also mindful of colonial language and the need to put things into boxes so they can be traded for money. We don't have any treaty with the Crown, the Musqueam, Squamish, or Tsleil-Waututh. As covered in the report, there is no agreement as to what the word law means. Consider the Roman jurist Gaius. The laws of every people governed by statutes and customs are partly peculiar to itself, partly common to all mankind. The rules established by a given state for its own members are peculiar to itself and are called civil law. The rules constituted by natural reason for all are observed by all nations alike and are called jus gentium. Another view is that all laws are treaties or agreements, and imposing law by force is an act of war. If Indigenous peoples are sovereign peoples, Undrip is irrelevant. They are subjects of international law and have all of the powers customarily enjoyed by sovereign nations. The only difference is that they are under military occupation by United Nations member states and United Nations nationals. Practically, for better or for worse, all of us, Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, Standing Water, Métis, Crown, and subjects of the Crown, we are all thrown together in this land. We remind the city that they are not His Majesty the King's Supreme Court and have no capacity to settle questions of right or title from their own point of view. It is in some sense prejudicial for the city to, out of its own head, determine who are the right and title holders. If there is no universal law, then any attempt to impose any system of law, including assertions of right and title, could be construed as an act of warfare, a psychological operation. If this sort of process is to continue, and our nation thinks it should, it needs to include all Indigenous peoples that wish to participate. It's up to Indigenous peoples to declare their interest in right or title in this space. And thank you for the time to address the city and all the nations present.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weeb, up to 3 minutes. Questions for you, Speaker?
I don't have a question to the speaker, but I'm hoping that we can move to complete this business past noon, recognizing we have a lot of speakers in the room.
There are amendments that have been circulated, so
Motion on the floor.
I'm done now. I don't have any questions.
No, you do have a question. Just 1 second. We've
Oh,
had
pardon me.
just 1 second.
Yes,
Okay,
sorry,
all
sir.
in favor of extending past noon to finish this business? Say yay. Any opposed? Okay.
Opposed?
Clerks, could you record Councillor Hardwick is opposed? Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick, you're up for questions to this speaker. Up to 3 minutes.
Okay, just to clarify then, we're not breaking for lunch at 1 o'clock?
We're continuing past 12 until this business is finished.
Okay. Yes, question to the speaker. So what are your recommendations based on this report, given your philosophical perspective?
Well, our nation has a radically different metaphysical view of space and how it's carved up. And there are two broad theories in philosophy of law. One is that there are natural rights. This is what the Roman jurist Gaius says. The other is that all rights are agreements or treaties, and there's no precondition on any two sovereign nations to have a treaty. They can fight about it, which I don't agree with. Our nation is specific. We'd rather flee than fight or be taken prisoner in war, which you'll find in the appendices to our report. I would say that more dialogue is always better, and that's always a problem because limiting the participation in dialogue means it goes more smoothly, especially if everybody has sort of a unity of interest. But as soon as you involve more people, there can be a disunity of interest, and there could even be, as in the report I submitted, irreconcilable views concerning land title and other matters. So I guess if you could ask a more specific question, I might be able to give more specific advice. I would say this report is premature, especially the point you pointed on, with greatest of respect. In terms of the Crown's jurisprudence, Aboriginal title is a burden on underlying Crown title. It's often said that Aboriginal title is the primordial title, but I don't believe the Supreme Court of Canada has ever said that.
Well, I agree with you in the complexity. We've got 115 square kilometers and roughly 680,000 people residing within the boundaries of this legal entity. And what is being suggested that roughly 2% of that population is treated differently than the balance through each level of government. So I struggle with the overarching lack of consultation with all involved. It seems very limited. And if we are to look at special treatment, how do we define that? Since do we do DNA tests to determine who benefits? How would you come at it?
In my report, I do cover that, if I can just have 1 second to call that up.
30 seconds.
Again, pardon me?
30 seconds.
There's no agreement as to what Indigenous peoples mean in international law. It's a greatly contested issue. And self-identification and some attachment to the territory claimed are sort of the broad consensus. But using Crown law to define who's an Indigenous person and then sort of selecting a 2% population, I would agree with you, Councillor Hardwick. If you were to say that's undemocratic, if democracy is a value to be adhered to, that's definitely undemocratic.
Great, thank you. So,
I appreciate it.
thank you. That's it for speakers. I'll just call Sarita one more time. Let's see, Sarita and the other two speakers have spoken. So can I have move it? Councillor Boyle move. Heard Councillor Carr second. Thank you so much. We are on the queue now. If you'd like to speak to this item, Councillor Bly, you're up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I'm happy to, before I speak to this report, actually, I have an amendment that I'd like Council to consider. Just wait for you to let me know if we're on an amendment queue and I can speak to it.
Had it seconded, so I'm going to move you to the queue there. Supply.
Thanks very much. So, yeah, I mean, I just want to sort of speak high level to the work that we've heard today from the task force, co-chaired by Kasalim and Councillor Boyle. And I know we're right up against lunch here, so I think I'm just going to sort of jump to it. That I find the work that we've heard about today, the municipal implementation of Undrip, is an essential pillar, a step towards the city's efforts in terms of reconciliation. And as an incumbent and moving forward into the next council term, I felt it was important to ensure that this work has a pathway to continue. And I think what we've witnessed today is the high workability of the Undrip task force as constituted in this past term, and would like to see that continue. The motion before us that I'd like to add to this report states that further that council requests the incoming council continue the intergovernmental group comprised of the Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation representatives, and 4 representatives appointed by council for a minimum of 6 months, with the purpose of working with staff to develop the long-term intergovernmental process for next steps on implementing the City of Vancouver's Undrip strategy. And I'll just note that one of the recommendations coming out of this report is that intergovernmental group committee, which will largely be comprised of staff. And so I think what this creates is a sort of open line of communication to support staff in continuing on that work and also bringing that work back to council in a good way. So I'd like to ask council to consider this amendment to the report.
Second.
It's already been seconded by Councillor Carr, so thanks. Is that it, Councillor Bly? Yep.
Yes.
Councillor Kirby-Young to this amendment.
Yeah, I would just say quickly that I think that we heard how important the establishment of the relationship was, and I think this contemplates an ongoing role for council members in this important process towards next steps, whereas previously I think that was a gap in the report, as Councillor Bly spoke to, with kind of moving this to staff at this sort of early juncture, and I still think there's a lot of shaping to be done, so I'm very happy to support it. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't see anybody else on the queue. I'll call a vote on this amendment then.
Just a point of privilege, Mayor.
Yes,
My
go.
panel's not working, so I'll need a vote assist in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Weep. Great. Okay, that's passed. Thank you so much. Going back to the main queue, Councillor Bly, anything else on the amended motion?
Sure, I'll just make some very brief final comments. And you know, this is very important work, and I understand that there may be questions or concerns around the timing of this, but I actually feel like as we move forward into this next term, and that this actually is part of that bridge building between this past term and the incoming term. And so I think the contents of this report, the work that's been done thus far, this is actually a really important moment to underscore how important it is that we do move forward. So this report, I think, marks the culmination of the first phase of the work of the Undrip task force, and that's why that amendment came forward. I moved that amendment to consider, to ensure that it continues and to build on the initial early actions that the city has taken into a sustainable long-term implementation that we discussed this morning. So I also want to acknowledge the historic nature of this document being put forth today. And this in itself is another important step of many steps on the path to reconciliation. It was my honor to receive this report at the ceremony last Wednesday that was mentioned this morning by Kilsalem and others on behalf of the incoming council. And so that was really a moment to be celebrated and also acknowledged in terms of the ceremony that we've talked about today and receiving that report. It is important that council endorse and support the calls to action in this report today to provide a stable process for the continuation of this work into the next council term. And by supporting today's report and the outlined strategy to implement Undrip across the city, council can reaffirm its commitment both during this term and into the future for sustainable and comprehensive measures towards reconciliation that is founded on collaboration with the leadership by the Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. And I also want to acknowledge the duty that we have to each other to continue this work. So I'll leave it there, and just to say thank you very much to all of those who have worked incredibly hard on the task force to bring this forward to council.
Councillor Harwick.
Thank you. Well, first, I'd like to express my strong support for reconciliation in principle. and I'd like to thank the Undrip Task Force for their work. I think it's important that we move forward with reconciliation, and I acknowledge Council's fiduciary and legal responsibilities under the Charter. We have here a report of constitutional significance, and I'm concerned, though, that it was produced by a highly selected group, drafted internally and without public discussion. And I remain concerned about the democratic practices part of this. Because the process was closed, and I'm concerned the output suffers, it recommends layers of special treatment without transparency. And special treatment on the basis of need is right and proper in our society, and there's a long lineup of worthy causes of which we wrestle with every day. On the other hand, explicit discrimination on the basis of race, which this report demands, is always and everywhere wrong. As we've been reminded by Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King, it ends up badly for everyone. Yet what we have here is nothing less than a change in governance system of Vancouver to discriminate certainly in some ways. It will enrich some of the wealthiest landowners of Vancouver. It needs to be looked at legality under Section 161 of the Vancouver Charter. It's democratically wrong in giving special influence to a small group, and I'm concerned that it's morally wrong in terms of human rights. History is what it is. We weren't there in the past, and we aren't there now. You can't change it. You can only do your best in your own time, and I feel we can do better going forward. I think we need to return to the drawing board in a public and transparent way, in the way that we move forward with our discussions around reconciliation. As one of the callers did point out, people are hearing about this at the last minute, the last council meeting, with little opportunity to participate in a public and democratic dialogue. So in closing, I would request that this motion be severed. I did vote for the amendment that just came through, but I would like the opportunity to vote individually on the other clauses. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, well, I'd like to thank everybody that helped work on this, especially folks from MST. I really learned a huge amount. I'm so glad I was able to be one of the members of the Undrip committee. I really hope the new council is going to fund this. We're getting good indications here today. And I also hope we can move on to implementing Undrip for urban Indigenous folks, which I know this is talking about beginning that process. I hope we can speed that up. I want to thank all the folks at MST for helping me learn a lot. You have such eloquent spokespeople. It was really powerful, Cole Salem, to think that that ceremony that we were in last week would have been illegal at a different time. To actually conceive that that innocent and powerful ceremony could be illegal is pretty bad. And I also liked the idea that this can be of mutual benefit to everyone in the city. I think it's really good that we're pushing that. MST has great, very eloquent spokespeople. I'm so glad to be able to learn for you, and I support the report.
Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. So my first thanks go to the members of the task force. I just want to appreciate every single member of the task force for coming to the table with such open hearts and minds, a willingness to teach and to learn, a dedication to collaboration, and a willingness to trust each other in how this will unfold. I really also want to appreciate the staff and the technical tables. Such incredibly good work. I mean, you really enabled us at the task force level to be able to do our work because your work was so professional, so competent, so timely, and you really helped. I also want to give thanks to the ceremony last week. like Councillor Swanson, Kilsalem, thank you for reminding us that that would have been illegal in a past period of this province. That was a powerful reminder because that ceremony was so incredibly beautiful and important and so instructional. I thank everybody there who helped us who were not familiar with that ceremony to understand why each step of the ceremony proceeded as it did, the reasoning behind it, the tradition behind it. I can't imagine why anybody wouldn't look at this whole process as one with excitement about the understanding of how we can learn together and proceed forward together to make, just a far, far better city. Today is really, really significant. It's significant in my mind because it is absolutely grounded in federal and provincial adoptions of Undrip. So we are not standing alone on this. There is precedent that's happened, and the province itself has developed an action plan, DRIPA, that we took learnings from in providing some of the points within our document. I am really proud that Vancouver, my understanding is, will be the first city in Canada, and maybe it's a global first too, to actually implement the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And just to ground us, it will be a work in progress. This will not be, we've done this and okay, there will be work all along the way and a commitment to that continuing the open minds and open hearts of understanding, learning, teaching, and making decisions is absolutely critical. And to me, it's like I've learned it's about the commitment to paddle together. We're in this canoe. I was always a kayaker, so it's a single kayak, but I'm really into the canoe now. Paddling together because it is teamwork. That's going to get us forward. It's people drumming and keeping us in rhythm, but it is absolutely teamwork. And I believe we all share the same goal, which is a more fair, a more equitable, a more just, and a more healthy and prosperous Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks to everybody that participated in the work and on the task force from the nations and from Council. I know Councillor Boyle and Councillor Carr and others have mentioned how impactful that ceremony was, and I was really sad to miss it last week. I was flat out in bed. As you can probably hear, I have the residual part of a cold. So respecting everybody, I had to stay home, but I did have the privilege when I was on the park board serving from 2014 to 2015, or 2018. I think it was in 2015 that the park board was the first municipal entity to adopt the TRC calls to action. And specifically, I think there were about 3 dozen or so that were through some work that was done at that time deemed to be most important to the work of that body. And that was a really meaningful moment. And so it's a privilege, sorry, excuse me. It's a privilege to be able to participate in this moment as well. And I always look at them as being markers along a journey, because people talk a lot about a destination, but you're never really there, right? It's sort of a constant ongoing agreement to travel together. And I think that's probably something that really stands out for me. In listening to the conversation around the table, and a couple of speakers, I think I would be really remiss in not saying that some of the questions asked or the views expressed actually reflect how important this work is still. And I asked that question about learning and unlearning because, to comments around this is last minute or there hasn't been an opportunity to weigh in, this should not be a surprise. City of Vancouver has been on this journey for some time, years actually, and the need to do this work has existed for a countless period of time prior to that. And so I think it's really important that this is a continuation. It is not something that came out of left field. This was a deeply held commitment that, as I think it was Dennis from Tsleil-Waututh said, has sustained through different elected bodies of perhaps different political stripes or different backgrounds. And yet the commitment has remained and the commitment will continue. And I'm confident that the next council is going to remain supportive of that. I'm also glad to see some specific references and alignment on some of the strategies that I think the new council has signaled they intend to take, whether it's on CAR 87, the importance of mental health response and identifying sort of very specific needs in challenging situations like that, the importance of education, and I think also the if I can say it, the more fun and celebratory opportunities through public art, right? Through storytelling, whether that's through our institutions, libraries, public art programs, and others. So I'm really grateful for the chance to participate in the work. I learn something each time we have these conversations, and I'm grateful to be part of it. Thank you.
Councillor Daminato.
Thanks, Mayor. First, I would like to say thank you to the members of the task force, which includes Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, our staff, but also to the members of council who I know have been very involved and engaged in that work. I'd like to start by reflecting back that when people ask the question about, well, why is this important? We need to reflect back that because we have an obligation and a responsibility to right the wrongs of the past. And there are many wrongs. And I often reflect back on how little I knew growing up, how little I learned in our education system. And I went through the public school system like many people around this table, and that I had no knowledge of the 60s scoop or a mere mention of residential schools, and really had no understanding of what that meant for children and for families. And that there was racism, but I didn't understand as a child why people were making certain comments and references. I had no knowledge. And so we have an obligation at all levels of government, at the city, the civic level, at the provincial level, at the federal level. And I appreciate, as I looked at the calls to action, that in the first two themes being focused on social, cultural, economic well-being and ending racism, because much of social cultural practices was lost because of things that were implemented by governments, the residential schools and so on. And I heard at the ceremony last week very clearly, as it was reflected, that this is like the first words on the first page of the first chapter of a book. We are at the beginning of a discourse and a dialogue, but we're at the beginnings of a relationship. And relationships take work, but it involves authentic dialogue. And what I see reflected in the strategy is that there are a number of pieces of areas of work that we are going to strive for, we are going to work together on. It's going to pave a new way forward. And I hope that it not only brings hope, but it brings change. And I think that's where we need to go. And it's not going to be easy, but I think if we all engage and come in authentically and come to the table and engage in that discourse and identify opportunities to collaborate and work together, we can get there. So I wholeheartedly support this strategy. I know there's angst out there. People don't fully understand, but people are anxious when there's change. And life is full and fraught of change, but this is the right thing to do. And so I applaud all members of the task force for undertaking this work, and Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh for coming to us, working with us, and we will continue to work with you. And so thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, I have a little something to say if you take the chair.
And just a point of privilege, Mayor Stewart, if you could add me in the queue as Councillor to Genova, just when the time's right. Thank you.
Everything. Over to you, Mayor.
Thanks very much. Just thinking about what we're doing here today, and as a body, the City of Vancouver is actually just a structure of a statute, but yet we have been engaged with three sovereign bodies, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and I think that relationship is really important to acknowledge. Is that we at the city are the inferior body in terms of authority on this land. We are elected by local residents, citizens, but we only exist because at the pleasure of the Crown. But that's not the case with three host nations in these territories. And I think that's so I feel in some ways fraudulent standing on the raised podium speaking to nations who are on the other side of the glass. because it actually is, in my mind, the other way around. It's that you are inviting us to work within our limited authority as seated as delegated by the Crown as to how these lands should be governed. And I think that's something that's not always understood. I think that that is something that should be a core part of future work, is to let residents and citizens know exactly what the relationship is, and then the other thing that I reflected on is how cities and municipalities often have to lead senior levels of government because we're on the ground all the time, and we're talking to people every day. Where, as my time in Ottawa showed, very often it's a very theoretical and removed place. So, in combination, though, I do think that this work is showing a way ahead. And I do, at the beginning of every council meeting, I thank the three host nations for their generosity, but I also mean that too in these circumstances with this document and this process, is that it is the generosity of the nations that facilitate these discussions. So I do want to thank Musqueam, Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh so much for what I can only explain and understand as just an infinite patience with us, with the colonizers, essentially, as we seek to understand how we fit into this whole this whole arrangement, and how we can work together to make things right. And so that's what I see this document as, and it looks like a further process continued by the next council is doing. And just wanted to thank everybody for their participation. But I think this is the most important work we do, because when I talk to others in governing positions, they don't actually understand what's going on here, and how much this leads the rest of the country in terms of how we're going to move forward with reconciliation in Canada. So thank you again for all your efforts, for everybody, and thank you for your continued work in this. And I also, although this is my last day in this chair, I'm happy to help wherever I can to move this ahead in the future. So thank you. Take it back. Councillor Weep, up to 5.
Yeah. When you read the report, one of the things that really struck me is that all three councils from each government also approved this. And so it is that relationship between the electeds at all three. And so that government to government, and how powerful we can be when we work together. I'm excited. It's an exciting document. And if we're working collaboratively together, the mutual benefits for plants, animals, the people, the well-being, there's no limit. And so I just want to thank everyone. This document is just such an exciting document of what we could do together. And we fight so much. And through this campaign, there's so much fight and anger. But this document is light, it's hope, it's beautiful, and I'm excited where it's going. So looking forward to seeing what happens. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to start by saying that I'm greatly honored to have served on the committee as a member of the task force. And I want to thank all of my fellow task force members, and especially those from Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. And I also want to thank staff, and the city staff, but also staff that came to help on the technical committee from the nations, and everyone who was on our technical committee who worked with us to bring these recommendations forward. Vancouver is a city of reconciliation. We all know that. However, I think to continue being a city of reconciliation, we have to continue this work. And I've said this many times, we need to do more than just say we're a city of reconciliation. And this is a continuation of the work that we've committed to. The foundational calls to action, the themes, and the steps forward in this report reinforce our commitment to being a city of reconciliation. And that's important to me personally, but I think that it's important not only to the next council, but to the future of our city. While I fully support these recommendations, I think they only succeed if we implement these recommendations in a way that creates awareness and engages the public. in moving forward with this outside the walls of City Hall, and I'm hopeful. And I think Councillor Weeb has just touched on some of those pieces that I was going to note later on in my closing here. But I think that it is really important that this isn't something that just stays with us at council or is a document that we look to for guidance, that we make sure that this is out there and that we're engaging the public in the work that we're doing. And while I fully do support these recommendations, I have concerns, and I brought these concerns up at many of the task force meetings, and I bring them up again today. And they're about funding, and actions speak louder than words, and ongoing funding has not yet been earmarked, and that is a concern of mine. And I certainly am hopeful that capacity funding will be appropriately funded in future budgets for this, because I think this work is not only important, it's essential and integral to not only us moving forward as a city of reconciliation, but to the city of Vancouver as a whole. Again, it's been a huge honor to be a part of this task force, and thanks to all of the other members and staff who have helped us to get here today. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Weeb, you have 4 minutes left.
Just one. Lynn Howard, I just felt the ancestors that are behind us on this report are very powerful, and I think you can feel it in the room. And so be remiss not to speak about how many people were standing on their shoulders to make this happen. So thanks to all of them and what they've done.
Thanks. That's it for the debate, so I'll move us to a vote.
And just
Mayor, I request ever.
Right.
a vote assist for all sections in favor from me, Mayor Stewart. Thank you.
Thanks in advance, Councillor Dejanova. So just gonna wait for the clerks to pull that up so we can see here. So the clerks will just highlight it as we go through.
And the amendment that was added.
The just at the the amendments at the end. So how many votes is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes. Okay, so we'll start with the first vote, which is highlighted in blue. Vote assist for Councillor Dejanova in favor, please, on all items. Councillor Bly and Councillor Hardwick. That passes unanimously. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to the next section. Wait for the clerks to highlight that. Councillor Swanson and Dominato. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to wait for the clerks to move to the next section. Councillor Dominato. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. For the clerks, and we'll move to the next. Speedy formatting there. Councillor Bly and Carrick, yep. Councillor Weep, that passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Move to the next vote. Councillor Weep. That passes unanimously, thanks. And the last one, which is the amendment. Councillor Bly. There, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, everyone. That has passed, and congratulations to the committee for all their work. Council, it is 12:25. We will take a full hour for lunch and go in at 1:25 in camera.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference,
Hey, Kirsty, can you hear me?
Hi, Terry. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I hear you perfect. Thank you.
Great. Thanks.
quorum. And the next item that we're dealing with is held because we have a speaker. This is the social grants for childcare administration and reserve grants. 1 second here. Just while we're waiting, anybody want to declare a conflict? If anybody wants to declare a conflict of interest on this, let me know. There's no formal staff presentation, but we can ask questions to staff. If anybody has questions on these grants, please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody on the queue. So we're going to hear from speakers, and we have one speaker to this item who is Sarita from Atira's Women's Resource Center. Sarita? Okay. Thanks. I guess the speaker is not here. So would someone like to move this motion then? Sorry, thanks.
Councillor DiGenova.
Sorry, I didn't hear. Councillor Boyle moved it. Second?
Second.
Councillor Carr, thank you. We're on the main queue. Any debates on this one? Please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody there. Just try an oral vote first. All in favor, yay. Any opposed? Great, that's unanimous. Thanks so much. Okay, we had a number of reports that were held. We have the contract to award a tender to the North Loops reconfiguration held by Councillor Kirby Young. Not here. Okay. Anybody have any questions for staff? Nope. We're on the loops report that you held. You have questions for staff or just great. Questions for staff? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have a couple questions for staff, and I'd raised one of them previously. And the first one is more with respect to logistics, recognizing it's an 8-lane bridge, and I think it says 2 will remain open, or the current north exit will be closed, and that was with respect to ensuring minimal disruption to keep traffic flowing in the city and other works that we had scheduled, such as on the Cambie Bridge, so we can get reassurance that the city will still keep moving during this process.
Oh, here we are. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. Yeah, we've put together the ITT for the contract, we were really careful to be sure that we were going to manage risks in terms of congestion well. So essentially the traffic on the bridge can fit into a lane in either direction. So it's really about managing how traffic gets onto and off of the bridge. The other thing that we did in the contract was really ensure that the period of closure of the part of the bridge north of the Seymour and Howe on-ramps, so between Drake and those ramps, would be closed for the minimum amount of time possible, so that we could get transit flowing on that again.
But sort of following up on that, so for certainty, because 2 lanes is obviously very different than 8, so the other bridges will remain open, won't have works. Will people be guided to potentially take an alternate route? Like, what are we looking at?
Yeah, we haven't worked out the details of the traffic management plan, but we'll definitely be ensuring that any work on the other bridges is coordinated with when there are impacts on Granville. I don't think we have any major work planned right now, but if anything comes up, that would be coordinated.
Thank you. And then my second question is with respect to finances, because if memory serves, when we made this decision, we were constrained in the midst of the pandemic in terms of, and scaled down the project and looking at the overall cost and came up with what we thought was the best interim step, if I can phrase it that way, to get the maximum benefit for pedestrian and cycling improvements. So my question from a fiscal responsibility perspective, and our situation was not as dire as we thought. I know we've since approved the capital plan. But is this the best expenditure of money now versus if we had scaled up this project to some of what we had wanted to do previously, i.e. is it going to cost us more in the long run?
So what this project does is it gets that critical walking and accessible walking and cycling connection across the bridge. Right now it's inaccessible, and the full project cost was coming in at about
38?
$35 million just for the bridge portion. Probably more, significantly more now. That costing was a significant amount of inflation ago.
So would you recommend differently today? Like, would we be better off in trying to redistribute within the capital project and try to do it, knowing that construction costs are continuing to go up and it's going to cost us more later? And again, I just want to be clear with my question. I'm not supporting the work. I'm trying to figure out how we get the best bang for the buck to get towards the outcome.
Yeah, so I believe our recommendation would be to move forward with the project as is. And there's a number of reasons for that, but one of them is there's a significant amount of work that will need to be done in the bridge in the future from a structural and seismic point of view, and that would be a better time to coordinate kind of some of the bigger work and to make it more permanent.
Okay, any follow-up comments either from finance or the city manager to add to the engineering perspective on just on the money?
For me, Councillor, thanks.
Maybe the one piece that I would add is just that there's limited number of DCL funds available. And so if we added to, it would be moving from another one. So I think the team's prioritized to get as much output from the funding that we can rather than taking from other projects. So that's part of the
and specifically
criteria
projects
as well.
Specifically projects within the West End catchment area, or where, or which bucket are those funds coming from on the DCLs?
They're citywide.
They are citywide. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. That question made me just wonder, while we have you all here, if there has been through various conversations about this project, conversations about suicide prevention, means prevention added into it, and it was part of the original scope, and then not, and some direction to seek senior government funding. I'm just wondering if there's any update on where that is.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have had ongoing conversations with senior levels of government about funding means prevention fencing. So far, we haven't kind of landed anything, but it's going to be something we continue to work on.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks. That's all.
Great. Somebody move the motion, the report, please. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Boyle. Any discussion? Don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll just call a vote on this one. All in favor, yay. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, we're going to call a recorded vote then. So a couple of hands. Councillor Weeb, Dominato, Bly. There we go. Councillor Weeb. That passes with Councillor Dejanova and Hardwick in opposition. Thank you so much. We're on to item number 6. Councillor Swanson held this one. This is the Dodge Chargers. Councillor Swanson. Not sure if we have all the staff we need, but we'll try. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, how many vehicles is this for?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Alex Ralph, Chief Procurement Officer. So this is for 54 units. We have actually purchased all of them already.
Councillor
So
Swanson.
what's the $3 million for?
So it's for the purchase of 54 Dodge Charger vehicles.
And you've already bought them?
That is correct. We received a notification from Fiat Chrysler Canada letting us know that they were discontinuing next year their production line. And if we wanted to continue with this model and make our final order, we needed to place orders by October. So we have already purchased the vehicles. We actually put this contract award through bid committee, and they during the council recess, given the procurement policy, they awarded the contract on behalf of council.
And so this is kind of asking for approval retroactively?
So as part of the procurement policy, Councillor, the Chief Procurement Officer must, for any approval made by bid committee on behalf of council, on the first opportunity when council reconvenes, the Chief Procurement Officer must inform council about that award. And it's for only informational purposes. It does not have any, the report does not have any recommendations.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My first question is, what's the expected lifespan of these vehicles?
Yes, and maybe Albert James is on the line if he can take that question.
Sure, thanks, Alex. The expected life cycle of these vehicles is 5 years.
Whoa. Okay, that's pretty short. It must be lots
Yes,
of-
they're high use, high demand vehicles, so they wear out fairly quickly.
And what was the rationale for why didn't we go with electric vehicles, which have great torque, great speed,
There
low
are no
cost and
electric
carbon
options.
friendly?
Correct. They do have those benefits, but there are no electric options available for this type of vehicle at this time.
Have you explored when there will be options available?
Yes, Councillor, there is one that's under development now, and as soon as it's available, we plan to obtain one for VPD to use as a test. But we're a couple of years away from that vehicle being ready.
So your estimation is that the 5-year life expectancy that we would be able to switch to EVs at that point?
That's the expectation, or at least that's the hope, that over the next few years, we'll see the changes in technologies, particularly around battery technology. The challenge, of course, is because these use their lights on an ongoing basis, and they're basically always on the road. There's no real charge time for them. That we'll see changes in battery technology that will allow them to be used for this type of application.
I think that's, yeah, the probability is great. And we're certainly hearing on battery life expectancy increases that are quite marked. Are you working with any other police departments or other agencies that use these kinds of vehicles to provide for sort of application of your lobbying to the industry to provide these?
Yeah, certainly we're constantly in touch with other agencies that use these type of vehicles, as is the police department. So we're trying to look forward for when these vehicles be available, and hopefully that won't be too far away.
Okay. Okay, thanks for your answers.
Councillor Hardwick?
Thank you. I'm wondering where the VPD is in this discussion.
So the vehicles are ordered in consultation with VPD. These are the preferred vehicles for VPD's patrol vehicle use. And so, we work very closely with VPD. We order on behalf of them. So they will have done evaluations of these vehicles. They're the ones that they've been using for many years. And so, they're quite closely involved in the process.
So are they being discontinued?
Yes, they're being discontinued after 2023.
Aha. So we have them already, or?
They're on order. We have some, and there are some on order.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Somebody move this report, please. Councillor Bly, seconder.
Second.
Councillor Dejanova. Any discussion? Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, I'm excited that hopefully in the future, looking at all the information online, it looks like the maintenance costs and other costs of electric vehicles will significantly reduce the budget. And so hopefully in the future, recognizing these are already bought, we can move to the electric model, which is quicker, less maintenance, and provides better policy. So supportive of this in the future.
Okay, thanks. I'll just call a vote on this one. All in favor of this, say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? I see none opposed, so that passes. Thank you. We're on to the Auditor General recommendations held by Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. My question, of course, this report was approved by the Auditor General Committee, but it's regarding whistleblowing, and I was wondering if it would be possible to clarify how the definitions of whistleblowing had changed. My understanding is that this is allowing policy to address complaints coming from external sources as opposed to internal sources, and I just wonder if that could be this just described quickly for the benefit of the public.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Paul Mocher here. Yes, that's our understanding of Council's intent and direction, that the policy be expanded in scope to include or take in consideration complaints from the public, as well as what would be more traditionally considered as whistleblowers, which are people inside the organization. So we are looking at both of those, and the new policy will address both of those essentially sources of complaints.
Well, great. So I'd like to move the report in that case.
Okay.
And
does you have a seconder? I saw Councillor Bly, so go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I just again, this was a significant accomplishment of this council. The fact that we started our term as the only major Canadian city without an Auditor General, and we're ending it with this completed and Mike McDonnell in this role. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that and happily support this report. Thanks.
You, Councillor Dejanova, up to 5.
Thanks. I won't take a full 5 minutes. I just wanted to thank Councillor Hardwick for bringing forward the motion and putting in a lot of work. And I know she put her heart into this as well, making sure that there were experts across the country that were consulted before we moved forward at the City of Vancouver with the Office of the Auditor General. So I just wanted to note that, and thank you, Councillor Hardwick, for your work on that. And that's all I have to say. I will be supporting this.
Thanks. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll call a verbal vote. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Great. Okay, that's it for reports. We're now moving on to bylaws, 32 bylaws. Council members who were not present for the meetings will have to confirm that they have received the they've reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote, and I'm going to go through the list and call your names. There's quite a few. Bylaws 7 and 8 are from the public hearing of July 28th. Councillor Fry, you're absent. Have you reviewed and will you be voting? Have and you will. Okay. Bylaw 10, public hearing of July 5th, 21st, 26. Councillors Dejanova, Dominato, Hardwick were absent. Councillor Dejanova, have you reviewed and will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Councillor Dominato. Sorry, have and will? Have not. Okay. Councillor Hardwick.
No and no.
Okay. Bylaw 11 is from the public hearing of June 23rd. Councillors Dominato and Fry were absent. Have you reviewed Councillor Dominato and will you be voting? Have not. Okay. Councillor Fry? Have and I will. Okay. Bylaw 13, public hearing of October 1st. Councillors Dejanova and Hardwick. Councillor Dejanova, have you reviewed? Will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Councillor Hardwick?
No and no.
Bylaw 14, public hearing of January 19th. Councillor Dejanova, have you reviewed?
I have and I will.
Okay. Bylaw 15, public hearing of November 18th and 25th. Councillors Fry, Hardwick, and myself were absent. Councillor Fry advised at the meeting that he had reviewed and is therefore eligible. Councillor Hardwick, have you reviewed the proceedings?
No and no. No.
I have and I will. Bylaw 29, Councillor Dejanova, you're absent on this one. This is a public hearing. Have you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. Bylaw 31, public hearing of December 9th. Councillors Bly, Boyle, Dominato, Kirby Young, and Swanson were absent. Councilors Bly, Boyle, Dominato, and Kirby Young advised the council meeting following the standing committee meeting on July 20th that they had reviewed the proceedings. Councilor Swanson, have you reviewed and will you be voting?
No and no.
Okay. Anybody wish to hold any bylaws for debate?
Yes, please.
Councilor Hardwick?
Yes, bylaw 19 and 20, 7280 Fraser Street.
Bylaws 19 and 20.
You see that?
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Conflict of interest or? Nope. Okay, so let's vote on bylaws 19 and 20 first. Can I have somebody move these two?
Councillor DeGenova?
Thank you. Seconder? Anybody? Oh, Councilor Kirby Young. Okay, thank you. Any debate? Okay, so all in favor. Oh, I'm gonna have a formal vote on these two. Trigger the vote. There we go. We're voting on bylaws 19 and 20. Sir Dominato? That passes with Councillor Swanson and Hardwick in opposition. Can I have somebody move to adopt the remainder of the bylaws?
So moved. Councillor DeGenova?
I heard Councillor Carr first, seconded by Councillor DeGenova. Any debate on these? Councillor Kirby Young?
No, sorry.
Nope, no debate?
No.
Okay. All right, so I'll just call a verbal vote on these bylaws. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? None opposed. Those have passed unanimously. Thank you so much. Next, we're on to administrative motions. There are 5 administrative motions. The first is approval of the form of development on 658 West 41st Avenue. Anybody wish to declare a conflict? Do it now. Council questions to staff. Councillor Hardwick, you have.
Oh, no question to staff. My error. I just wanted to make sure we did a recorded vote on that one.
Okay. Someone like to move the motion then, please.
So
Councillor
moved.
Wiebe.
Councillor DeGenova?
Councillor Wiebe, seconded by Councillor DeGenova. Any discussion on this one? I don't see any, so I'm going to call the recorded vote on this item. Councillors DeGenova, Dominato. That passes with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, approval of form of development 3532 East Hastings Street. Conflict, anybody, please declare it now. Questions to
Move
staff?
adoption.
Put your name on the queue. Councillor DeGenova moves the motion. Seconder?
Kirby Young.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Any discussion? I see none. Let's call verbal vote. All in favor, yay.
Okay.
Any opposed, nay. That's passed. Thank you so much. Next one is the form of development on 24 East Broadway. Conflict, anybody? Declare it now. Questions? On the queue. Someone like to move the motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Kirby Young,
Second.
second by Councillor DeGenova. Thank you. Any discussion? I see none. All in favor, yay. Opposed? Okay, we're on 560 James Street, item number 4. Anybody declare a conflict now, please? Questions to staff, anyone? Someone like to move the motion, please?
Move adoption.
Thanks, seconder. Councillor Bly, I heard. Any debate? I see none. All in favor, yay. Any opposed? That passes. Thanks. Number 5 is the approval of form of development on 8460 Ash Street and Canby Street. Conflict of interest, anyone? No. Questions to staff? None. Move the motion, please. Councillor Bly, seconder. Councillor Wiebe, thank you. Any discussion? I see none. All those in favor, yay. Any opposed? That passes. Thank you. Okay, we have one item of new business on the agenda, which is request for leaves of absence. I'll just read through them.
Mayor, I have a point of procedure, if I might.
Yep.
Do we not have notice of motion prior to new business per the agenda?
Notice of council members' motions is after this.
Oh, ours says the opposite. That's why I was
Is
asking.
before? Oh, the script is, sorry. Let's go to do that then. Councillor Kirby-Young, notice of motions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. I have 2 notices of motion to read into the record. The first one is titled Urgent Measures to Uplift Vancouver's Chinatown, submitted by myself for the November 15th council meeting. And the second notice of motion is titled Adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance Working Definition of Anti-Semitism, also submitted by me for the November 15th council meeting.
Awesome. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I have one notice of motion for the council meeting of November 15th, titled Transport Pricing, Stopping the Road Tax.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I have 2 notices of motion for the November 15th council meeting. One, enabling the requisitioning and hiring of 100 new police officers and 100 mental health nurses. And the second one is accessibility audit of all city-owned assets.
Thanks. Just a reminder to councillors, all those motions have to be submitted in writing to the clerk with the title and the date. Just a reminder of that. Thank you so much. Any more notice of council members' motions? Okay, now we're on to new business. Leaves of absence. Councillor Kirby-Young for meetings on November 16th from 6 onward. Councillor Dominato, November 24th from 3 to 8 p.m. Councillor Dominato for meetings October 27th from 6 to 10. The first 2 are for civic business, the last is for personal reasons. Right. So I guess we'll have all those in favor of these.
Yay.
Yay. Oh, I forgot to move. Mover? Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Boyle. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I can't hear you. There you go.
Just a leave of absence that did not make it onto the list for meetings December 5th and 6th. They'll be at FCM.
Okay.
So
both
for
days.
civic business.
So do we have pre-approved that, clerks? Do we need a vote on that one too? Okay, so we have a motion. Councillor Carr, seconder. Councillor Boyle, thank you. All in favor, yay.
Okay.
Any opposed? No, that's good. Okay, thanks very much. We're on to inquiries and other matters, I believe. Councillor Hardwick, inquiries and other matters.
Yes, this is a confirmation that I'd like to pose to the city manager for an on-the-record response. If the new council wishes to reconsider the Broadway plan or the Vancouver plan, in part or in whole, I have been given advice from the legal department that because these are policies, that they would only require a majority vote on council to do so. I also note that although there is an agreement between the city and TransLink regarding the Broadway corridor, the agreement specifically says that it is not legally binding on the city under 1.7 status of agreement. I can read the total part out as governmental or public authorities. Each party acknowledges that it is governed by officials who are duty bound to enact bylaws and policies in accordance with the mandates stipulated in each party's governing legislation. As such, and despite any other term of this SPA to the contrary, the parties acknowledge and agree that this SPA is not intended to and will not operate so as to create legally binding rights and obligations, nor fetter the lawful discretion of the powers of either party with respect to the subject matter of the SPA. Therefore, both the Broadway plan and the Vancouver plan can be amended or withdrawn and replaced by a majority vote of council. Please confirm.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. As policy decisions by council, that is consistent with my understanding. I would defer to legal services to give council legal advice on the supportive policies agreement, but generally, future councils have the opportunity to review those policies and can make changes to them.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I would just like that to be noted into the record, and they're certainly welcome to check the legal references, as have I. But I just wanted to make that abundantly clear into the public record. Thank you very much.
Councillor Swanton, inquiries and other matters.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words about an awesome human being who passed away recently, downtown East Side resident friend Sid Chow Tan. He fought really hard for redress for the Chinese head tax. He fought for downtown East Side residents, whatever their origin. He was part of lots of actions that I was involved in around getting higher welfare rates and housing and stopping gentrification. He was part of the survivors totem pole community. He documented struggles of low-income downtown East Side residents on his cable TV show. He loved his grandchildren dearly, and he always signed off his show, his cable TV show, with the phrase shamelessly promoting our community, which was the downtown East Side, which he loved. And I know there's many people that are going to really miss him.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks. I have an inquiry through you to staff, and it's with respect to in June earlier this year, which I know seems like a long time ago for people. Council passed a motion to include a public e-scooter share service in our provincial pilot that is happening, with the goal of this commencing by spring 2023. And I'm wondering if we can get an update on the status of that work to get that pilot up and running and an RFP out to industry.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I know staff are putting together an update for council on that, so happy to report back.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, the last Vancouver food policy passed a resolution that they wanted me to read out, that they recommend that the City of Vancouver implement policy or regulations to require private waste haulers to track and publicly report on the quantity of food waste that they pick up on a monthly basis. B, that the Vancouver Food Policy Council recommend that the City of Vancouver share publicly an estimation of the total food waste generated in Vancouver and the annual savings potential in dollars, CO2, water, and land. 3, that they recommend that we set a food waste reduction target for food waste generated to go beyond targets for food waste diversion. And the last, which they think is the most important, is that we include, amend the Climate Emergency Action Plan to include food waste, which we're seeing around the world, recognizing has a huge component of our GHGs. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Damiano.
Thanks, Mayor. Do we, just a quick clarifying question. Do we have any beyond the November 3rd, there's a one meeting been called? Any other meetings? Beyond?
Not that I know of.
Okay. I just, not an inquiry, but just some comments, just recognizing that there's a few members of our council. I just want to recognize and acknowledge their service. I think it's important as we transition to acknowledge the different roles and that individual councillors have played. I want to acknowledge Councillor Swanson. As a councillor here, she has always brought to our attention the plight and importance of individuals who are the most vulnerable in our society and kept that at the forefront of our discussions and dialogue. And I think that's something that we will continue to do as a new council. And so I want to acknowledge that in her service and many other areas. Councillor Hardwick as well, in acknowledging, obviously she, we haven't always seen eye to eye on certain issues. But I think, again, want to say thank you for her service, and particularly around the work around the Auditor General and bringing an Auditor General to the City of Vancouver. I think it was, well supported across council, and I think there was a recognition that it brought enormous value to the city and to our governance model. To Councillor DiGenova, who I believe is still on the line, I also want to thank Councillor DiGenova for her service, and that she always placed heavy emphasis and focus on the importance of families in our city and public and community safety, and not only served on council but also served on park board, and so acknowledging her work and role. I'd also like to acknowledge to my right my colleague Councillor Michael Wiebe, and his service here at this table, and has always brought enormous passion to the dialogue, but also analysis, and really trying to push us to think outside the box on a number of issues, and also speaking often from lived experience. And finally, to you, Mayor Stewart, I also want to thank you for your service. I've heard you on many occasions speak about the issues of housing and homelessness and a number of other issues, including reconciliation, as we talked today about the Undrip strategy. And I know it really comes from the heart, and you've talked about your own personal experience, and we've definitely had many shared values around the importance of addressing homelessness and housing in the city. So I also want to thank you for your service, and to all the members of council that I've referenced. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Well, that is a little bit tough to follow. So I'd just like to thank Councillor Dominato for having the foresight and echoing her comments and appreciate her raising those, and to all of our colleagues here today for all of the work that has been put in over the last 4 years. Okay, back to the concern that I raise is regarding 2 parts. Specifically, I've heard from residents who are visually impaired and are relying on the signal, the level of volume at our signals at major crosswalks. And I just want to point out one specifically, and that's at Marine Gateway, Canby and Marine Drive. But then also I'd like to hear back in the form of a memo is fine in terms of how we reconcile the various tensions between residents who are living around these high density neighborhoods and high traffic intersections with the accessibility issue related to signal crossings. So specifically to that intersection, raising on behalf of this resident, and then also the sort of more macro criteria for how we respond to those queries.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. So noted your question, and we'll follow up.
Okay, great, thank you.
You good?
That's all from me.
Okay, great. Just put myself on the queue here. This will be my last chairing mission, I think, on this council. And I have to say, I look back with a lot of pride of the last 4 years. I really think when I think of what this council's been through, there really haven't been times that are more difficult than these. Although I think about the declaring the state of emergency and just all the uncertainty around COVID and what that done to our city, but how we came through it as a council and better than most cities. And although we had our political differences, I would say there's more unanimous votes on this council than not. And I think that's something that we all worked hard to do, and I'm really proud of that work. And I think we left the city in good hands for the next council, who I congratulate on coming in. I think that's a credit to all of us, and thank you again for your service over the 4 years. Would also like to thank staff. I see two of our leadership team here, but I've came to really enjoy the weekly meetings to kind of to walk out kind of the teeth chattering, thinking about what goes on in this city and what we have to deal with. And so I really do want to thank the senior management team and all the staff here at the city for everything they've done. And that includes my staff in the mayor's office, who worked themselves to the bone, especially during very difficult times, but also helping to, I think, better the relationships between the senior levels of government, who kind of, so I hope that continues, and that we continue to get our fair share from Ottawa, at least. I see John Tory got back in for a 3rd term, and we'll have to compete with him for money for subways and investments and all those kind of things. So I hope that continues. Also, I guess in the end, I see Nathan Davidovich here, who has been a constant feature in many of our meetings, but really just to the public who came in to have their felt it was a place they could come and speak to share their views and help shape the city. So just for everybody here, thank you so much for everything you've done. I look forward to interacting with you in different ways after this is done. But again, I've enjoyed my time, and it's really been the honor of my life to serve here. But I look forward to serving the city in some other way. So thanks again, everybody. With that, we're going to turn it over to the city manager.
Thanks so much, Mayor Stewart. And if I might just go over to the podium there, bear with me. So thanks, Council. As this is the last regular meeting of the term, I wanted to take the opportunity on behalf of the entire staff team to acknowledge you for your service to the city and your incredibly hard work over the last 4 years. The intent really isn't here that the staff get the last word, but that's kind of how it pans out. Building on the mayor's comments, this has been a term unlike any other. I think it's probably fair to say that you didn't sign up for this job in 2018 thinking you were going to be governing Vancouver through the biggest catastrophe since World War II, but that is, in fact, those were the cards you were dealt. And just turning the clock back to March of 2020, you'll recall just the massive uncertainty that we were facing that time about the pandemic, the impact on our residents and businesses, the impact on the city's finances. And we're still working through those implications, as you well know. I certainly can't overstate the extent to which the pandemic dictated the decision you needed to make and the work that needed to be done over the last 4 years. All of our hard problems that we're facing in Vancouver got harder. And that's just the reality of circumstances that were outside our control, your control for sure. But notwithstanding that, this council has, you have delivered a really important and meaningful legacy of work, significant impacts for the city going forward. And again, that is notwithstanding those tough circumstances. So what our staff have prepared a short video just capturing some of what's been accomplished here. It's a very challenging exercise for our staff without coming up with a feature-length film to come up with all the work that you directed and did over 4 years. But the team's just going to play that for you now, just as a bit of a recap on some of the highlights from the term. So Council, you definitely win the Stamina Award. I think over the past 4 years, it's definitely been clear to all of our staff that notwithstanding the debates that have happened here in the council chamber and differences on policy and position, that every member of this council is deeply committed to making Vancouver a better place. That has been absolutely clear to us, like I say, for 4 years, and you've done that. So on behalf of your entire staff, just thank you again for standing for office and for making the sacrifices that come with that. We have some sense of what those are, and they're significant, and for your service to our city. We're very lucky as staff to do this work, and it's just been a real pleasure to support you in your work over the last 4 years. So we have for the members of council who are not returning for the next term, we have a tradition of providing a gift. And for councillors as well, there's an actual official medal that you get, which you've well earned over this past term. So for councillors Hardwick and DeGenova and Swanson, thank you so much for your service. We will, of course, ensure that we get the gift and medal to you. But for Councillor Wiebe, thank you for your service.
Hey.
And for Mayor Stewart as well, just thank you so much for your collegial working style, your care for staff over these 4 years. We've also enjoyed our meetings with you every Monday morning and again, all the terrifying things that we talk about in those meetings. But no, it's just been such a pleasure working with you and your team and the tone that you've set for us. So thank you for your leadership as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Council.
Thank you, Council. So the loot has been divvied up. So looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
There we go. Got a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bly. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you. Oh.